Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Powers will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor today to have Dr. Charles Parker with us. Dr. Parker is a Baptist minister currently serving as one of the elders at Mountain View Baptist Church in Antioch. He and his lovely wife, Barbara, who is up here today with my wife, is sitting in the gallery, and they have been missionaries for the last 20 years to international students, refugees, and immigrants in Nashville. They are the parents of 3 children and 8 grandchildren. Dr. Parker was the pastor of my church, First Baptist Church in Jacksboro, from 1995 to 2002. The only negative thing I heard about him is that he is an Alabama fan. I know. Is there one in here? Yeah. But I invited him anyway. He was not only a pastor, but an advisor, a confidant, and a friend. Dr. Charles Parker.
Let me express my gratitude to Representative Dennis Powers for his kind invitation today. And it was a privilege to be pastor to him and to Tracy several years ago. I remember fondly their kindness to us and their faithfulness to Christ. One special memory I have is how he and Tracy helped in leading a vacation Bible school at one of the little mountain churches near Jacksboro, which would not have been able to have had that valuable ministry to children had they not done this. Before I pray, I want to share a scripture that I think will encourage you in all your important work. Once, when Jesus was asked what was the first and most important commandment of God to people, he answered, "The first is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength. The second is this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There's no other commandment greater than these." Just a couple of brief applications before I pray. As to the commandment to love God supremely, as a legislative body, your only obligation is to leave people alone to love God as they choose to do so. In our American system, we have freedom to practice any religion or no religion, to find God or to miss God. In other words, the Holy Spirit really doesn't need your help. As to the second commandment, I want to suggest to you that it's helpful to remember that the people of Tennessee, and especially the people of your district, are your neighbors. Now, I know that you have to make very many difficult political decisions, and that by its very nature that politics can be divisive. We all have to accept the fact that people have different opinions about how they should be governed. My appeal today, however, is that you as public servants remember that the people you represent are your neighbors, your opponents, as well as those who support you, the minority as well as the majority, people in your district of all political persuasions, races, ethnicities, creeds, young and old, and anything that distinguishes us as humans. Years ago, when I first moved to Nashville, I happened to meet former Representative Jim Cooper at a meeting at Vanderbilt. And I told him that while I appreciated his work, I didn't always agree with him. And he said, "Well, that's all right. My wife doesn't even always agree with me." So I think it will help you to respect the worth and dignity of all your constituents as you make laws. As an application that goes with this is to suggest that you listen critically, if not sympathetically, to those with whom you differ. When we moved to Nashville 20 years ago to reach out to international students and people from other nations and religions, our mentor, the late John Eves, who was a great missionary to internationals, said, "You will learn more from those who are different from you than those who agree with you. People like you affirm your prejudices and preferences. It's people who differ who make us think and grow." So I close with a tip from one of Tennessee's great statesmen, Lamar Alexander. The mark of a great leader is not just the ability to make decisions, but also the ability to listen to all perspectives. Let us pray together. Awesome God, we worship you, for you are God and we are not. As this body meets today, we ask that you would grant them wisdom as they consider great matters that affect the future of the people of this state. We ask that you help them do their work with kindness, respect, and courtesy to each other and to their constituents. Help them to set a model for the rest of us of how to get along when we disagree. Dear Lord, we pray that you might help them remember that power tempts people to be corrupt. So protect them from doing anything that misuses the power they've been granted through the elective process. Oh Lord, we know that they are sacrificing a lot by being here these weeks. Be with their families, businesses, and colleagues back home. May the words that are spoken today and the plans that are made be acceptable in your sight. We ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Representative Powers will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Something's Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 90 members present.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 90 members present.
Let the journal reflect Representatives Carr, Travis, White, and Gant are excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring
Deputy Speaker Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant at Arms escort our guest into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Deputy Speaker Johnson, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1054 by Representative Johnson, a resolution honoring the legendary Linda Bowers on the occasion of her retirement from the General Assembly. Whereas few employees have navigated the treacherous waters of the General Assembly for more than 4 decades, yet somehow Linda Bowers has survived and even excelled as a legislative staffer for some 45 years. And whereas Linda Bowers began her illustrious legislative career in, of all places, a Knox County office building. At that time, the Knox County legislative delegation pulled their office allowance to employ a full-time staff person who worked in Knoxville. And whereas first entering these hallowed halls in December 1978, she worked for the Senate for 6 years. During her tenure with Senator Ashe, he resigned to run for U.S. Senate against Congressman Al Gore, and Linda worked for his interim successor, Senator Earl Sharp. And whereas in 1985, at the dawn of the 94th General Assembly, Linda Bowers transferred her remarkable abilities to the House of Representatives, where she worked for House Republican Caucus Chairman, Representative Buddy Scruggs of Knox County. And whereas in the course of her illustrious career with the General Assembly, Linda Bowers has worked under 6 governors and 7 speakers of the House. And whereas since her induction into the legislative army, Linda Bowers has worked for 14 House members. And whereas for the past 20 years, she has been the confidant, principal advisor, and little princess for Representative Curtis Johnson, who was previously House Speaker Pro Tem and now serves as House Deputy Speaker. And whereas one might imagine Linda Bowers is very knowledgeable about past legislative members and staff and possesses a deep understanding of the history and legacy of the General Assembly, she still maintains a file of newspaper clippings just to be sure that no tidbit of information is lost. And whereas Linda Bowers will soon take her final curtain call and exit stage right to life beyond the General Assembly before she leaves the building for the last time, we wish to bid her a fond farewell and thank her for her many contributions to the legislative process over the years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor the legendary Linda Bowers on the occasion of her departure from the General Assembly and wish her all the best as she reaps the rewards of retirement.
Deputy Speaker Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some of Linda's colleagues and former colleagues in the gallery. We also have my wife, Marcia. And in this gallery, we have a former member, Randy Stantz. Members, this is a bitter, sweet moment. It's sweet because Linda, after 45 years, is going to be able to enjoy a retirement. It's bitter because having served 20 years with her, for Marcia and I, she's part of our family, and she always will be. Linda, I appreciate you putting up with me for the last 20 years. And I want you to enjoy your retirement. Mr. Speaker, would you allow Linda to say a few words?
Ms. Linda, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, the honorable members of this House, my colleagues in the gallery, and my friends, and my 2 sisters who came to be with me, hold me up. They're Karen and Kim. And the best boss in the whole wide world, Curtis Johnson, who I have worked for 20 years. They say all good things come to an end. And the last 45 years, I've had a front row seat to Tennessee history. But it's the people I've gotten to know and respect and love that I will miss the most. God has blessed me with friendships with some of the greatest servants that he ever put on this earth. I will miss the people who make this place interesting. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, would you come down and have a photo, please?
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're
Could you
recognized.
have the Sergeant Arms escort our guests into the chamber?
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I request the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 954, a resolution to honor and congratulate Joe Gregory on the occasion of his retirement. Whereas it is appropriate that the members of this General Assembly should recognize those citizens who have performed with uncommon devotion and enthusiasm throughout their careers in public service. And whereas one such estimable individual is Joe Gregory, who has distinguished himself as a professional of the greatest dedication, ability, integrity, and joy. And whereas after more than 40 years of service with WKRN and WTVF, Mr. Gregory will take his well-deserved retirement on July 31st, 2024. And whereas a proud resident of Tennessee, born and raised in Giles County, Joe Gregory moved to Rutherford County to attend Middle Tennessee State University, where he worked as a student officer. Upon graduation, he briefly left Tennessee for Huntsville, Alabama, but returned 2 years later after missing Nashville and has remained here for over 40 years since. And whereas Mr. Gregory is an outstanding individual who has completed an enormous amount of public service through his photojournalism, most notably rescuing a badly burned and disoriented woman and her 18-month-old daughter from their fiery apartment home in 1999, for which the General Assembly honored him with a joint resolution. And whereas throughout his exemplary career, Mr. Gregory has demonstrated utmost professionalism, ability, and integrity, winning the respect and admiration of his colleagues and the citizens he so ably serves. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we extend to Joe Gregory our heartfelt wishes for happy and fulfilling retirement.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Chamber, sometimes there's some people that we work with up here in the media that you can just tell are pure professionals. You know, they do their job. They do their job very well, always prepared, always courteous. Joe Gregory is that guy. You know, he makes the reporters, I've never seen a reporter he's with that's not been a great reporter. And I think that's as much because of him as it is their abilities. He just makes people, he's that point guard that makes everyone around him look good. And Joe has done that over the years. Joe's going to get to watch baseball, even though it's not the Reds anymore. He's cheering on. He's cheering on the Phillies now. We'll forgive him for that. But again, we're lucky to have someone like that we work with up here and you can trust, and you don't have to worry that the interview is going to be professional. But, Mr. Speaker, would you allow Chairman Faison to say a few words?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not long after I got elected, and when I fix to tell you this story, I feel bad for all of y'all who are not in the Nashville news area or have been here for years. There was this tall, gangly feller by the name of Chris Bungard, and he just an incredible personality, and he had the ability. He'd just kind of barge in your office and just take over and put a camera on you. And I hadn't been elected long, and all of a sudden, this tall, gangly fellow named Chris, he introduced him, Chris Bungard, and he's dragging along this guy named Joe with him. He's got the camera. And after we were done, Chris is done. He leaves. Joe just stands there and talks to me for a while. I'm like, man, this is crazy. What's the cameraman? He's just hanging out with me. And we're talking about life the next thing I know. Then through the years, he hangs up hanging out with all of my kids, talking to my kids, becoming friends with us. One of the most beautiful things that I've always loved about Joe is I have no clue what his politics are. Now, y'all know that a lot of people in the media, it's kind of obvious where their politics are. You can't find out where Joe is. Joe just loves people. He loves the truth. He loves capturing the truth. He loves getting the video of what he's doing his best to show the truth to the people that are watching. It has been a pure joy knowing him. And I would hope that WKRN finds another man like you to fill your shoes, but I don't know that it's possible. Thank you, members.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, would you allow Representative Love to say a few words?
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I echo the comments of Chairman Faison. For freshman legislators, when you came into the plaza, it was a different experience. And you're trying to figure out where everything is. And it was good to have those familiar faces and those who helped guide you along the way to help you understand how to move through here. Even in Cordell Hull, in the Capitol, to have those familiar faces like the one that is leaving us now. But if I want to bring up the immediate past, district representative of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Sam McKenzie, if he'll come stand with me at least, because we do have a special bond with Joe, and we thank him for his fraternal connections also. We're grateful for his commitment to that also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, would you allow Leader Lambert to say a few words?
Leader Lambert.
Well, Joe, you have broken in many young reporters on how to do this job. Now, come here and stand and look at one that's working your camera right now. He's right here. Everybody wave at Chris over there, okay? Now, Joe, you've got him almost trained in, and in a few minutes, I hope the speaker will allow you to say a few words. But I want to echo what everybody else has said. We deeply appreciate your friendship. We deeply appreciate your dedication to the truth. And I will appreciate those last questions on every interview. Because if you hadn't been interviewed by one of the reporters that Joe has helped trained in, he'll let them do their reporter thing for a little bit, okay? And they'll ask their questions, and you'll talk about whatever you were told they were going to talk about. And then there will come this time when it's kind of over, and Joe will say, well, I've got just one more question. And that's normally when I make the news. So, Joe, thank you for that. I appreciate it. We appreciate all your work and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, will you allow Mr. Gregory to say a few words?
He's recognized.
Well, this is scary. I want to remind people that, I'm a heart patient. I shouldn't have surprises. I look out there and I see a lot of people that I've talked to. I want to thank you because there's a lot of times when I ask about bills and different things, and y'all are able to sit down and explain it to me. I've appreciated that. I've appreciated going home with the knowledge of what you're trying to do. It helps me to understand. It helps me to come up here and do what I do. There's a lot of you that have just spend time to get to know me, to know my family. While I'm here, I see a person up there in the balcony. That's my wife of 28 years. When I was single, I prayed to God for that he brings somebody in my life. And God brought her. And she has made every day of my life a better place to be. And I'd be dead if he wouldn't hear. I pretty much know that. But again, thank you for this honor. This has been great. It's been a good ride. And I've appreciated being here. Thank you.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, will you join us for a photo?
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well. Representative Barrett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1145 by Representative Barrett, a resolution to honor and congratulate Katie Collins upon her selection as a 2024 winner of the 4-H Youth in Action Award. Whereas the members of this General Assembly are privileged to recognize those young Tennesseans whose national achievements bring great pride and honor to this state. And whereas one such impressive young woman is Katie Collins of Charlotte, who was recently selected as 2024 winner of the 4-H Youth in Action Award, becoming the first individual from Tennessee to receive this prestigious honor. And whereas Ms. Collins, just one of 4 winners from across the nation, chosen to receive this accolade, which highlights 4-H members who have exhibited exceptional leadership skill and involvement in their communities. And whereas launched in 2010, the 4-H Youth in Action Awards recognize 4-H members who have applied the knowledge gained in 4-H to create a lasting impact in their communities. As a national winner, Katie Collins will receive a $5,000 higher education scholarship and have opportunities to showcase her story nationally, as well as develop professional skills and network with prominent 4-H alumni. And whereas currently an undergraduate at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, Ms. Collins plans to graduate with an agriculture business degree with a minor in international agriculture and natural resources. And whereas as a result of her tremendous success, Katie Collins will serve as an ambassador for 4-H over the next year, representing the organization at numerous events and sharing her experience as a 4-H member. And whereas it is fitting that we recognize one of the state's finest young people on this very special occasion, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor and congratulate Katie Collins upon her selection as a 2024 winner of the 4-H Youth in Action Award, extending our best wishes for her continued success in all her future endeavors.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would invite all members who have participated in 4-H or support 4-H across the state to feel free to join us in the well as we have this presentation this morning. In my 2 short years with you here in the House, I have learned one undeniable truth. Claim to the title of District of Champions will be one that is debated year after year, season by season. And our modest and humble friend from Shelby County will not relinquish that throne without a fight. While my district has crowned multiple champions during my time in the House, the legacy of the 69th lies with those who have pioneered new territory, reached new heights, and set the bar ever higher for the leaders of the generations that have followed. The 69th is the district of trailblazers. Meriwether Lewis, the famous leader of the Lewis and Clark expedition, literally blazed trails across the American West. He and his team established that America's destiny to expand westward to the Pacific Ocean was indeed manifest. Today, Lewis's gravesite marks the geographic center of the Tennessee county that now bears his name. Hickman County gave the nation a groundbreaking Spitfire from the fictitious town of Grinders Switch, and perhaps the most iconic greeting in American comedy. Sarah Ophelia Colley Cannon, better known as Minnie Pearl, was born in Centerville, Tennessee in October of 1912. Now we have Charlotte, Tennessee. Charlotte, Tennessee is the county seat of Dixon County. It is also the birthplace of one of the greatest professional basketball players of all time. Oscar Robertson, nicknamed the Big O, became an NBA MVP, a 12-time All-Star, and the first player in NBA history to average a triple-double for an entire NBA season. And then there's Tennessee's 41st governor, Frank G. Clement. He was born in the Hotel Halbrook on Railroad Street in downtown Dixon. And at age 32, Clement was the state's youngest and longest serving governor in the 20th century. He broke down barriers by being the first Southern governor to veto a segregation bill and enforce the integration of this state's public schools. Once again, I repeat, the 69th is the District of Trailblazers. Today, I have the distinct honor and privilege to add the name Katie Collins to the long list of extraordinary Tennesseans and the undeniable leaders that have been born, raised, educated, mentored, and shaped by the people and places throughout the 69th District. Katie is one of only 4 students across the nation selected this year to receive the 4-H Youth in Action Award. And more impressively, she is the first Tennessee student ever to receive this prestigious honor. She is indeed blazing her own trail and setting a new standard of excellence that will no doubt inspire other young students, young ladies like herself, to strive for and achieve greater heights by breaking new ground and cutting new pathways for those that follow. Katie, you are already a great credit to our county, to our district, and our state, and I can't wait to see where your future path leads you and the impressive trail that you will leave behind. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to have Ms. Collins address the chamber.
Yes, she's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barrett. Hello, everyone. I'm Katie Collins, a proud Tennessee 4-H alum from Charlotte, Tennessee. Tennessee 4-H is the nation's largest school-based program, reaching over 152,000 active members in over 5,000 clubs. This past summer, 6,000 youth participated in 4-H summer camps, and over 16,000 youth attended STEM school enrichment programs at one of our 4 4-H centers. Tennessee 4-H has allowed me to flourish into the person I am today. Growing up on my family's dairy farm, I've always been interested in animals and agriculture. However, I lacked the confidence and sense of belonging. 4-H provided me a space to belong, not because of what I looked like on the outside, but because of who I was on the inside. 4-H helped me discover that everyone has a diverse background and that it's best to be yourself. Diverse programming offered through Tennessee 4-H helped me to find a space to grow outside of my comfort zone, discover my spark of creating a space for others to belong, and gain knowledge and skills needed to reach my goals. During my first year of high school, I represented 4-H at a local elementary school for Tennessee's Ag Literacy Week. While reading the book, How Did That Get in My Lunchbox?, I shared my childhood experiences of growing up on a dairy farm. The students expressed their need for more understanding of agriculture. As I shared stories of living on a farm and my future goals of attending a 4-year university to study agriculture business with the ultimate plans of becoming an agriculture lawyer, students became enthusiastic and excited to learn more about agriculture, farming, and the environment around them. I vividly remember a student named Camille, a girl who looked like me, raised her hand and said, "I love science and animals too, but I can't be a farmer or do what you want to do because I live in an apartment." As a 4-H Honor Club president and representative at large on the Tennessee 4-H State Council, I developed and honed my communication skills while closely working with a 4-H agent to create a program called See Yourself in Agriculture, designed to expose diverse youth to the many aspects of agriculture and agriculture-related careers. The program also focuses on empowering youth by highlighting the importance of hard work, resiliency, and individuality. The program uses a wider lens to look at agriculture and exposes 4-Hers to the breadth of the industry, not only farming, crops, and animals, but also science, economics, and public policy behind it. See Yourself in Agriculture has reached over 1,000 4-Hers through 12 project trips and introduced students to 4 farms and 8 industries. Seeing an increase in number of girls and students of colors attending my program has invigorated my hope that the future generations will experience the diversity of the agriculture industry. These efforts made me the 2024 National 4-H Council's Youth in Action winner, a first in Tennessee history. I am grateful for the platform, sense of belonging, and voice 4-H has given me. And on behalf of over 152,000 4-Hers across all 95 counties in Tennessee and myself, we thank you for your continued support of Tennessee, and a special thank you to the House of Representatives and Representative Barrett for allowing me to share the impact of my 4-H experiences.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. And I can't let you all leave the well without acknowledging the support and input that you've had from wonderful people, Dr. Collins, your mother, and your grandmother, Miss Stacia Daniel. So please make them welcome as well this morning. Mr. Speaker, will you join us in the well for a photo?
Welcome and honoring Representative Eldridge. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have two things I'd like to say this morning. Number one, we have Mr. Darrell Brady, the Executive Director of our HCL Excel program from Hamlin County, in the gallery with us. If you would, please make him welcome. And
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have with us today from Giles County Boy Scout Troop 462 up here to the right in our balcony. So please help me welcome them. Thank y'all for coming.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I want to honor the Shelby County Commission today, particularly Chairwoman Miska Clay Bibbs, former Chairman Mikkel Lowry, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Shante Avant, Commissioner Ford Jr., Commissioner Charlie Caswell, and Commissioner and former State Representative here, Henry Brooks. Just thank you to you all for your courage, for your commitment to fight and to stand up for our community and for the community of District 86. As many of you know, tomorrow is the one-year anniversary of the Shelby County Commission sending me back to serve after being expelled from this place. And so I want to thank the Shelby County Commission for their work, for their witness, and for not bending or bowing down when white supremacy and racism really attacked our district. So thank you all so much.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members on the floor today, we have somebody celebrating what I understand to be many, many, many anniversaries of their 21st birthday. Representative Sam Whitson, my good friend from Williamson County, please wish him a happy birthday.
Representative Martin of Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two important guests today. My wife, Krista, up in the top. Welcome her, as well as our page for the day. Decided to skip school, first grade. Steele Martin is with us. Also want to give a shout out to my fellow colleague in the back. Last night about 9 o'clock, Mom and Dad forgot that we didn't pack pants for our son. So our colleague from Davidson County helped me out in a bipartisan effort, Republican and Democrat, making sure Steele got pants today. So thank you for him and helping out.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to congratulate the Nashville Predators on clinching a Stanley Cup playoff bid. So give it up for the Nashville Preds.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to honor a young lady that 40 years ago this afternoon stood with me in the Harris County Courthouse in Clear Lake, Texas, and said, "I do." So happy 40th to my dear wife, Denise.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored to be able to recognize one of my constituents who's up here in the balcony. She's Miss Tennessee Senior America of 2023, Sherry Dawn. So I'd like for y'all to recognize her. And also, I'd like to wish a very happy birthday to another one of my constituents and a former state rep, Eddie Smith. Happy birthday.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, join me in wishing happy birthday to former Representative, now Senator Ramesh Agberry. She'll be celebrating her 40th birthday on Sunday. So if you see her, wish her happy birthday.
Representative Warner.
If I could get your attention and please rise for a moment of silence. We lost a public school teacher, a mentor in Marshall County, a guy that had dedicated his life to the public school system, a baseball coach that had won a state championship for Marshall County. Joe George passed away this week. And if you could just take a moment of silence, remember his family. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome and honoring. Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would please rise. Members, our nation lost a hero this week, Army Colonel Ralph Puckett Jr., who was a Medal of Honor recipient. He was awarded the U.S. military's highest honor for leading a company of Rangers outnumbered 10-1 during a security operation in 1950. If we could please take a moment of silence for him and his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, I and Rush Bricken and a few others, to attend a celebration of life for the late Judd Matheny. I'm reminded of that scripture in James where it says, we don't know what tomorrow will hold, for life is but a mist that appears for a little while, then disappears. I was a little hesitant to share this story about Judd, but many of us cross paths with different folks that offer encouragement in our life. And about 10 years ago, I had a really tough election. I had probably the most powerful man in the state of Tennessee and his staff come against me. Didn't have much money. I called Judd Matheny. Judd Matheny said, call this man. I called that man that pulled my election out. So y'all give it up for the life of Judd Matheny, a man who stood for honor, a true warrior, and a true patriot. Give it up for Judd Matheny, folks.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of resolutions.
Leader Lambert. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Representative Towns, for what purpose? My apologies. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I too, Mr. Speaker, I received a call yesterday from a young man by the name of Rob Thompson. Rob is headed up here today for a meeting. Unfortunately, his wife was on the road earlier, got hit by a drunk driver. As you all know, we've been trying to do some things as it relates to drunk driving. She had to be airlifted to the Vanderbilt Hospital yesterday evening, around 6 or 7 o'clock. So he asked me, he's hurting as anyone would hurt, for the prayers of the General Assembly and prayers of people that are believers. So if you don't mind, just a moment of prayer for this family, the Rob Thompson family. May God deliver his wife whole and back to his family. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar for the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing and allowing that us be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate Bills 1,325, 1,397, 1,593, 1,792, 1,834, 1,844, 1,929, 1,930, 2,221, 2,448, 2,559, 2,565, 2,586, 2,632, 2,635, 2,805, 2,813, 2,827, 2,834, and 2,929 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of the companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration.
Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bill 3004 be passed in second consideration and be held on the desk referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Petitions and memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It be passed as a consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passive consent calendar, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We are voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Let the journal reflect Representative Hell's excuse. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. Most read table. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Spot first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1258 by Representative Vital, relative to probate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Vital, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 811.
Representative Vital moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 811, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the passage of Senate Bill 811 on third and final consideration.
Representative Vital moves passage of Senate Bill 811 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill moved to adopt and defer to sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies existing code and simply adds that a personal representative in an estate must notify the residuary distributee that they can file an exception to a claim. It sets the time frame of 60 days and the process in which a personal representative must notify the residuary. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Vital renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 811 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 811 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2460 by Representative Vital and others, relative to restitution. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Vital, you are recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2243.
Representative Vital moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2243 without objection. So ordered. Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2243 on third and final consideration.
Representative Vital moves passage of Senate Bill 2243 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Vital, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation seeks to amend existing law to allow electric cooperatively owned insurance companies to pursue restitution from convicted persons that have harmed their subscribers or the local cooperatives. Allowing the insurance company to collect restitution helps protect the financial interests of the electric cooperative members and Tennessee residents. This bill was brought to me by the Tennessee Electric Cooperatives on behalf of a situation that occurred several years ago where over $1 million was embezzled. The co-ops used their pool to compensate themselves, but at the same time could not pursue restitution. This bill would simply allow them to pursue restitution as the co-op insurer. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Violet renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2243, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2243, having received constitutional majority, I declare passed without objection. Most reconsideration table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2316 by Chairman Williams relative to facility security. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate bill.
Chairman Williams moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2367, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill as amended would allow for hospitals to provide security, much like we do for higher education facilities across the state. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the members might have. Move passage. Third.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 2367 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I described the bill prior out of order, but I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor, for the explanation. Just a question. Where is liability if something happens with one of these law enforcement officers, particularly because, as I understand your legislation, a third party could be hiring officers and they would have the same police power as, say, the Memphis Police Department. And so would the local law enforcement agencies be responsible for any incidents happening, any civil liability or things like that?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. In the instance of this bill, this just allows for hospitals to be able to hire those third-party security companies as well. Each entity has their own specific liability coverage as it relates to incidents there. The third-party contractor would have their own, and so would the hospital itself.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And the idea is that these private companies would have really police powers. Is that correct?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, they would. Well, they wouldn't have my apologies, Mr. Speaker. It would just allow them to provide for security. They won't be able to arrest anyone or anything like that as it relates to police powers, just to clarify. They would just wait on the local law enforcement agency to arrive, and they would have the ability to detain someone, but they couldn't arrest them.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so this is part of my challenge with this legislation. One, I think healthcare facilities are extremely vulnerable. They need to be protected more even. So I do understand that. But the proposed legislation, even in the summary here, says that it's giving these officers, who could be completely private entities, that they may enforce state laws at health facilities to include officers contracted through a private third party. And so the idea that somebody who hasn't gone through any police academy or any training would be able to have the powers of a police officer is something that it is not, from what I've read through your legislation, addressed that they do not have those powers or the full extent of them. And so giving private individuals, in essence, police powers to implement or to execute the laws of our state is troubling to me, because I would want for that to be something that we have peer control over when it comes to public entities such as local law enforcement agencies.
Chairman Williams.
I didn't think there was a question there.
Okay, very good. Representative Pearson, anything else?
Nope. Thank you so much, Speaker and sponsor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, you mentioned that they did not have police powers. Look like in the bill to me, it's saying that the deputies will have police powers necessary to enforce all state laws as well as rules and regulations. So what is that referring to?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said to Representative previously, they just have the ability to detain them. They don't have, because they're independent third parties. For instance, if Erlanger needed to hire a third party because there weren't enough police officers, this allows them to hire a third party, allows them to detain someone until law enforcement's able to do that.
Leader Camper.
Is it your vision then that they would be there as just private security to protect for the security of the building? They're not policing within the facility. We've talked before about enhancing penalties for attack on nurses and things like this. Would they be in a position where they will be required to be a part of that type of policing, or is it merely for the security of the facility?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is just allows those hospitals to have security by a third party and gives them the ability to detain people if there were an incident, but they're not there to police the facility as it relates to anything. They're there just in case for security purposes only.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2367, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 7 nays.
Senate Bill 2367, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1191 by Chairman Williams, relative to education.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll to first available space, first available calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2419 by Representative Barrett, relative to public records. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Leader Lamberth.
Is this a wheel?
Representative Barrett, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to roll this bill to the first available calendar or spot on Thursday's calendar of next week.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2041 by Representative Jernigan, relative to marriage. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Jernigan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1917.
Representative Jernigan moves substitute form Senate Bill 1917, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Jernigan.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage of Senate Bill 1917 on third and final consideration.
Representative Jernigan moves passage of Senate Bill 1917 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Representative Bolso. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill as amended would prohibit first cousin marriage unless the parties to the marriage contract received counseling from a genetic counselor licensed by the Board of Medical Examiners. What's the reason for the amendment? The reason, ladies and gentlemen, is that the bill as drafted violates the Obergefell versus Hodges decision of the U.S. Supreme Court from 2015. Let me explain. On June 26 of 2015, the law of marriage in the United States changed radically. The Supreme Court decided that the due process and equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment required that same-sex marriage be put on the same footing as heterosexual marriage. That decision, among other things, struck down an amendment that was approved by more than 80% of Tennessee voters, defining marriage as between a man and a woman. Obviously, in my view, Obergefell was a grievously wrong decision. It was an example of the U.S. Supreme Court acting as a super legislature. But as we stand here today, Obergefell is the law of the land. The when it comes to first cousin amendment, there are three possibilities under Obergefell. Possibility number one, you have a male and a male who are first cousins who seek to become married. At committee, my good friend sponsor from Davidson County explained that the purpose of this bill was public health. That is, that the offspring of the marriage of first cousins would lead to birth defects and a risk that was not acceptable. Obviously, when it comes to a male first cousin marrying a male first cousin, there is no public health issue because two males may not conceive a child. And so we go back to Obergefell. Obergefell said very clearly that there was a fundamental right to same-sex marriage under the Due Process and Equal Protection Clauses of the 14th Amendment, which means that in order for us to pass a law that restricts same-sex marriage, we have to show a compelling state interest and advance that interest, that is, protect that interest by narrowly tailored legislation. So the question is there a public health issue with a male marrying a male first cousin? Obviously, I think the answer is no. So unless somehow the sponsor or anyone else can demonstrate a public health issue with a male and male first cousin marriage, this bill violates Obergefell. The second possibility is you've got a female first cousin marrying a female first cousin. Once again, there can be no public health issue there because a female and a female cannot conceive a child. So we're left once again without a demonstration of a compelling governmental interest that is protected by narrowly tailored grounds. And then third, of course, we've got the possibility of you have a male first cousin marrying a female first cousin. There, of course, we have the ability to conceive a child. And since the time that this issue first came up last week in civil justice, I've done some additional analysis and research. And as the sponsor indicated during the committee meeting, there is an increased risk of birth defects when you've got first cousins marrying. It is in the range of 1.7% to 2.8%, according to the Journal of Genetic Counseling. So there's an additional risk, but it's not as significant as some might otherwise be led to believe. And as you all know, over the years, Dr. Francis Collins and the National Institute of Health have constructed the entire human genome. And we already understand from that research that if you have a disease such as cystic fibrosis, which has been tailored or been identified to a defective.
I'm assuming Representative Bolso moves adoption of amendment number 1. That's probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to table this amendment that would allow first cousins to marry.
Proper motion, probably seconded. The parliamentary situation is Chairman Clemens has moved, Representative Bolso has moved amendment number 1. Chairman Clemens has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate for that of the sponsor. Representative Bolso, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would encourage you to vote against the tabling motion for the reason that it is not supported by any argument that this bill complies with Obergefell. Obviously, the rationale that's been given for the bill is that it is public health. But we know that under Obergefell, we have 3 types of first cousin marriage that could be possible right now in Tennessee. Male and male, female and female, male or female. And we are all obligated, obviously, to comply with the Constitution. And although Obergefell is a grievously wrong decision, it currently, as we stand here, is the law of the land. And the tabling motion simply tries to sweep under the rug the fact that my Democratic colleagues do not want to address the fact that there is no compelling state interest to prohibit a male first cousin from marrying a male first cousin under Obergefell. That is an issue, respectfully, that my Democratic colleagues need to be able to defend if they wish to go ahead and pass this bill without the amendment attached to it, which would preserve the constitutionality of the act. So I would urge you to vote against the tabling motion and adopt the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Parliamentary situation is Representative Bolso has moved adoption of amendment number 1. Chairman Clemens has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 5 nays, non-present, non-voting.
The ayes have it. The amendment is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Jernigan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 1829, the General Assembly enacted a law that marriage cannot be contracted with the lineal ancestor of a descendant, nor the lineal ancestor of a descendant of either parent, nor the child of a grandparent, nor the lineal descendants of a husband or a wife, nor the husband or wife or a parent of a lineal descendant. Fast forward to 1960, the AG wrote an opinion that determined that statute does not prohibit marriage between cousins. By substituting nor the child of a grandparent with nor the lineal descendant of a grandparent to match the 1829 statute, it would effectively prohibit marriage between first cousins. I do not know the intent of the 18th General Assembly or why the AG held the opinion that he did, but I hope it's safe to say that in 2024 we can close this loophole. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Jernigan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for bringing the bill. Let me, if I could, ask you to address that question. First, do you agree that your bill, as currently drafted, would prohibit a male first cousin from marrying a male first cousin in Tennessee?
Representative Jernigan.
My bill as drafted would be the lineal descent of a grandparent, which would include first cousins, regardless of sex.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you also agree, sponsor, that there is no public health risk between or caused by a male first cousin marrying a male first cousin?
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you. I would say that public health is not listed in my bill at all. It's just you can't marry your cousins.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the fact is, sponsor, my good friend from Davidson County, during the Civil Justice Committee, you articulated that public health was the reason for this amendment. And I'm raising the question. You cannot, this body cannot cut off someone's fundamental right to marry absent a compelling state interest. And once that interest is identified under the strict scrutiny analysis, it can only be accomplished using legislation that is narrowly tailored to accomplish that end. If you could, please articulate for this body so that it can vote in accordance with the Constitution as interpreted in Obergefell versus Hodges, what the compelling state interest is to prevent a male first cousin from marrying a male first cousin in Tennessee.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you. I'll quote from Obergefell. The state laws challenged by the petitioners in this cases are held invalid to the extent that exclude same-sex couples from civil marriage on the same terms and conditions as opposite-sex couples. I'm not discriminating against couples on any manner through Obergefell. if representatives, if you want, as your amendment suggested, first cousins to marry, that's fine. I don't think it for you, but I don't think it violates Obergefell at all. I consulted with legal; they don't think it does either, and so I would just renew my motion that first cousins should not be allowed to marry, just like the lineage of every single aspect of what I mentioned in the 1824 statute.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, there was no articulation of a compelling state interest. I'll simply point out that this bill illustrates that there are fundamental distinctions between heterosexual marriage and homosexual marriage. And the attempt here is being made to cover those distinctions up because we know that heterosexual marriage is fruitful. It can give rise to offspring. That's why it is fundamentally different from the same-sex marriage at issue in Obergefell. And the fact of the matter is that unless anyone in this body can articulate a compelling interest to deny a male first cousin from marrying a male first cousin, this bill demonstrably violates Obergefell, and we should vote it down.
Representative Jernigan.
Well, I can say this. It's outlawed already. It's criminal in Texas. It's already outlawed in the states, and those have not been struck down by the courts. So apparently there is some kind of interest somewhere. I renew my motion.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. We're all on board. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1917 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 2 nays, non-present, not voted.
Senate Bill 1917, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads here is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2158 by Representative Davis and others relative to school nurses.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2158 on third and final consideration.
Representative Davis moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you are recognized. Oh, sorry. Vice Chairman Slater, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the heel.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Call up next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2158 as amended allows for a report to be done with respect to the number of nurses that are in our LEAs. Currently, right now, those LEAs do not have to report any of that information either to the Department of Health or the Department of Education. So we're unaware of that data of how many nurses are in our schools, how many students that we have that have health issues that require that nurse. And so what this reporting legislation does is aggregate that information for us in order to make sure that those needs are met. When we changed our funding formula to TISA, there was the intent to put dollars in that base funding formula towards a nurse for every school. The ratio is 1 to 750. Currently, right now, there's about 1 to 3,000. And 1 to 750 is something that's more able for those LEAs and those nurses to be able to care for those students. So we're just wanting to make sure that we have the data to know how many nurses are there for the general population, how many are contracted for specifically either an IEP or IHP, and then also those students that have health needs so that we can make sure that we have that data. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Davis renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davis. My question is, we've got a lot of LEAs across the state of Tennessee that are stretched thin with dollars under TISA for various reasons, and they're having to use every dollar they can to cover all of their overhead and costs and employ enough teachers as well. I certainly agree with the spirit of your intent in this. We need more nurses. We need more counselors in our schools across the board. So I agree with your legislation to this end. But my question is it your intent for this data to be used to appropriately fund more nurses or to punish school systems that are already stretched thin and somehow retain other monies from them?
Representative Davis.
Thank you for your question. My intention is to ensure that our students are well cared for in the schools. We have funded our school systems, and we're going to continue to do that, and we have done so abundantly. My concern is I don't want to say that I'm trying to punish any LEA. I want to work with them in a collaborative manner. I think it's important that they understand that we changed the funding formula so that we could try to address some of those needs that weren't being met through the BEP formula, such as if they have ESL or any sort of learning disability. But we need to make sure that our students are cared for, that someone's standing in the gap for them. I'll just be very vulnerable with you. The reason why I brought this bill and why I've advocated it for so long, I have 3 children, and I'm not married to my first cousin. I am married, but my middle son, but my middle son has a health issue. He has type 1 diabetes. He was diagnosed at age 1, and he almost died. When he got to be school age, it made me aware that there's not a nurse in every school, that there's not, and as you well know, a lot of the medical procedures can only be done by the school nurse. Well, testing his blood sugar was one of those. Now, granted, it's been 20 years that I've been advocating for this. He's now 23, and we haven't moved forward. We haven't addressed this issue. So for the over 2 decades that I've been working on this issue, we haven't been giving this information to the Department of Education. We haven't been giving it to the Department of Health. And our students that have health issues have increased. And then also the way that we treat things have improved. And so I'm not trying to run out your time. I'm sorry. I'm explaining to you my passion for this issue. And I'm not trying to be punitive in any way. I want to collaborate with everyone to make sure that we're addressing those needs. Does that answer your question?
Chairman Clemens.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. I have 3 children as well, one of who requires an EpiPen, and so a lot of parents, thousands of families across the state of Tennessee have this concern. So I just wanted to make sure that the intent here was to address the real issue of making sure we have enough nurses in our schools, rather than use that data for other purposes. So I appreciate you answering that question and appreciate your intent by this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hemmer. Hemmer? Oh, you pass. All right. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, thank you for highlighting what this bill is exactly about, which is getting to a point where we have more nurses in our schools. This state and this legislature, and specifically this body, has championed additional funds for K through 12 public education and is doing so again this year that can be utilized for more nurses in schools. Unfortunately, the data has not been there and the push has not been there at the local level to truly do that. So we put $3.5 billion new dollars into K through 12 public schools over the last 10 years. This year alone in the budget, and that obviously will be on the floor sometime in the next week or two, there's $261 million new dollars that will be invested in K through 12 public schools. It's about time we invest that in some nurses. Thank you for championing this issue and trying to keep our kids safe.
Representative Davis.
My motion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2158 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays, one present, not voted.
House Bill 2158, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed. Without objection, motion reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2936 by Chairman Faison.
Chairman Faison, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to hold that on the desk.
Without objection, hold on the desk. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2729 by Chairman Faison, relative to driver's licenses.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to hold that on the desk.
Without objection, hold that on the desk. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2003 by Chairman Farmer, relative to attorneys ad litem. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1952.
Chairman Farmer moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1952. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1952 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage of Senate Bill 1952 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Jernigan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This move is the same as the Senate. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Farmer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, it has to do with conservatorships. And in conservatorships, it's required by law that an attorney ad litem be appointed to represent the ward and the ward's interest. This bill would allow for a mechanism that attorney ad litem be paid. There's a cap on that, and there's a consumer pricing index component as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions any member may have. Thank you.
Chairman Farmer moves the motion. Any discussion? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for the bill. Just want to make sure that I'm understanding it. Having an attorney ad litem usually happens if someone is in a hospital, for instance, they're incapacitated. A judge has to ensure that they are getting some form of representation. This makes sure that the amount that they'll be able to get is only up to about $1,500. So that's one part of the process, correct?
Chairman Farmer.
Yes, Representative Pearson, that's correct.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. The other part of your legislation that I had a question about was related to the expedited limited healthcare fiduciary. Can you explain sort of what that would mean in this context?
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be, I don't know the answer to that question, to be completely honest with you. I know Representative Garrett he practices this area of law much more than I do. So if we could maybe defer to Representative Garrett, he may be able to answer that question. I apologize.
Representative Pearson.
That's okay. I'm happy to do that. We're at section 3, letter F, the cost of the attorney ad litem in an expedited limited healthcare fiduciary proceeding may, in the court's discretion, be charged against the assets of the respondent or against the petitioner. Representative,
You're okay with that, Representative
I am.
Garrett?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Farmer, for bringing this piece of legislation to address the specifics about an expedited healthcare power of attorney. There's 2 ways that you can get the ability to act on somebody else. It's either through the court system, through conservatorship was the ultimate authority, right? The expedited healthcare power of attorney depends on the circumstances, whether or not you can get it then. Court sort of immediate rather than wait for a court hearing. So it's similar to establishing a conservatorship, but the expedited healthcare power of attorney has certain parameters where you can receive that. So it's just a procedure to make sure, depending upon the circumstances, there can be a decision made if that decision is imminent. And so that's what that particular, the healthcare expedited power of attorney does versus the conservatorship, which is a court hearing. And the purpose, I believe, of shifting the responsibility of the fees, my friend from Shelby County is correct. Most of these take place when there is someone in the hospital and there is an imminent procedure that has to take place. That person cannot act on their behalf. There is a court petition instituted by the hospital to make sure they can provide the best care for that patient. And by this particular statute, the court is mandated to appoint an attorney ad litem. And lots of times that attorney ad litem doesn't get paid. And the hospital steps up anyway and pays that but there's no mechanism for the judge to allow that under the statute. That's what this statute is doing. Say, hey, hospital, thank you. We know you typically pay anyway, but this is where we can award the fees and make the hospitals typically pay. That's 90%. Shelby County, Metro, the larger counties have a lot of these, and it becomes a problem because when the court has to appoint those attorneys, more and more aren't getting paid. And so it's harder to find a pool for attorneys to get paid. So this is a mechanism to ensure that patient, because typically these patients have no assets, that the petitioner and the petitioners, typically the hospitals that pay those fees. So that's all this particular statute is doing, is shifting those fees so our petitioners can pay those fees and they can get the necessary care they need from the hospital. So I appreciate this piece of legislation to affect those that really need this care because surgery is imminent. Thank you, Chairman Farmer.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And just really quick, Representative, for the power of attorney in this expedited situation, is that given by a judge? Is that given by a family member? How does that happen? I get the second instance where there's a court hearing, but in this first instance, how is that typically done?
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Representative Pearson, for the question. I believe it could be either one. It could be a family member, if a family member is present, or it could be the judge, the court.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much for answering the questions. Thank you so much, Representative Garrett. Thank you for the humility to answer the questions that you could and get, help as well, and us not calling the question and having real dialogue about this. And with that, I'll support your legislation. Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the legislation. I've had several calls about this legislation, which I think is a good piece. Can you tell me what the cap is right now?
Chairman Farmer.
Under current law, there is no cap, and there's no mechanism in the law for the court to tax or charge the petitioner of an action for conservatorship in this situation. So we're creating a mechanism for that. So we put a cap on it so nobody takes advantage of a situation, especially someone who's incapacitated in that type of situation. So we're creating that cap for these particular situations here.
Representative Shaw.
So what is that cap you're creating? That I guess maybe that's what I'm asking.
Chairman Farmer.
I think Mr. Speaker, it's $1,500, and there's a consumer pricing index attached with that, so it could adjust with time.
Representative Shaw.
Is there hourly rate included or just the cap of $1,500 on it?
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It'd be based off an attorney's typical hourly rate, so that $1,500 is $1,500.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garrett, is there anything you want to? No, you're good. You're up if you want to go again. No. All right. Representative Hardaway.
My question was addressed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1952, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92 nays.
Senate Bill 1952 and receive a constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Let the journal reflect. Representative Lynn is excused. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2320 by Chair Lady Hazelwood, relative to consumer debt.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2320 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage. Following second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. We're going to move to adopt it and then defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation deals with debt collection cases in General Sessions Court. It does a couple of things. First, it requires debt buyers to include basic information when they're initiating collection suits in General Sessions. Many times, these debts are bought a second or a third time, and a person might get a notification on a debt, ignore it because they did not do business with that particular company, not realizing that that debt had been purchased and passed on. They subsequently might not show up in General Sessions Court, and they're get a judgment against them. So it would require that basic information to be provided, and it would require that the debt buyer validate that he has reasonable cause, that he has documentation to show that the debt truly is owed. This was brought to me in conjunction with my community foundation back home in talking with our general sessions judges. They just have a number of default judgments, people who don't come to court lots of times for the reasons that I mentioned, and this will help those folks. Most of the time, they are not represented by an attorney even when they come, so it just makes the situation clearer, and I think will help prevent people from getting default judgments that impact their credit in a negative way that they might not even know about until they go to make a purchase and find out their credit rating has been impacted and is too low to secure the mortgage or the loan. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion.
Chairlady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2320 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Cochran, aye. Sparks, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays, one present, unvoted.
House Bill 2320 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion for consideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2060 by Hicks of Washington relative to treatment of opiate addiction. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2019.
Representative Hicks moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2019. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2019 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 2019 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently in community mental health centers and federally qualified health centers, employed nurse practitioners and physician's assistants can prescribe buprenorphine to patients. Currently, the limits are 4 nurse practitioners and physician's assistants per physician supervisor and a maximum of 50 patients. Senate Bill 2019 increases this number from 4 to 5, the number of nurse practitioners and physician's assistant that any physician can supervise. This legislation also increases from 50 to 100 the maximum number of patients each can treat. That's the bill, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2019, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Whitson, aye. Faison, aye. Lambert, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 5 nays, 2 present, unvoted.
Senate Bill 2019 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most consideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2426 by Representative Hicks relative to the County Powers Relief Act.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2426 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Chairman Terry, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to witdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 3 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 4 by Chairman Terry, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Terry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Objection. Amendment number 4 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is proven that Tennessee is one of the greatest states to worship, raise a family, and work. Tennessee is currently 6th in the nation for people moving to our state. A lot of this growth is in our counties. Rutherford, Murray, Sumter counties are some of the fastest growing counties in the U.S. With this growth comes complications and issues for counties. The Home Builders Association of Tennessee has been working with local governments and their state representatives to come up with solutions to these infrastructure needs. House Bill 2426 makes changes to the County Powers Relief Act to assist high-growth counties financially for the purpose of school capital projects. This change is completely permissive, and qualifications are as follows. Counties must have 20% growth increase between 2010 and 2020 census, or a 9% increase over the last 4-year period according to a special census. The resolution or ordinance to impose the fee must be adopted by 2/3 vote of the entire county legislative body with 2 consecutive meetings. In the resolution or ordinance, the county shall determine the rate of the fee for residential and commercial up to $1.50 per square foot. They do not have to be the same, and the fee is capped at 150,000 square feet. Counties can increase the rate of the fee after 4 years by a percentage of 10% with 2/3 vote on an ordinance following the same procedures as outlined above. If the county drops below the 20% growth in the next census, then the county can no longer qualify for the fee, and they must go back to their private act and the rate that they had before. Currently, there are 5 counties that currently qualify for this. They are Rutherford, Sumter, Maury, Trousdale, and Montgomery counties. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the bill. Just a couple of questions are those counties who might meet this criteria in the next year or two, how would this legislation affect them?
Representative Hicks.
If they believe that they are reaching the threshold, then they would take a census over the last 4 years. And if they reach the 9% growth rate in those 4 years, then they would be qualified for this. That would be done through a special census that the county would have to pay for. And then the comptroller's office has to sort of verify and okay all of that.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. This tax, you mentioned a few counties where it would be. In the legal summary, there were some other ones. And so could you just say which counties would be able to increase the tax from the $1 to the $1.50? You said it toward the end here, but I didn't catch it.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was Rutherford, Sumter, Trousdale, Maury, and Montgomery counties. Currently, Wilson and Williamson has their own private act, and the way that they're doing it, they would never go to this. So that is the current counties that is over the 20% growth rate in that census.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And any county that is experiencing growth at the 9% rate would be able to sort of levy this tax into the future?
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I got a better understanding of this. And what exactly is going to be taxed? Because, we were talking about taxes earlier this week. What would be taxed in this legislation?
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for new home construction and new commercial construction and industrial. The commercial and industrial is capped at 150,000 square feet. But this is for new heated and cooled conditioned areas of residential, commercial, and industrial.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I got a good sense of that now. Thinking previous conversations of where these taxes ultimately end up at the consumer. And so when I'm thinking about people who are in these high growth areas coming into the community, this cost going to be shared, going to be given to the folks who are moving into these areas, the families that are moving into these counties. And so that's something that we should, I think, consider when increasing the taxes on those individuals when we cut taxes on corporations. Thank you for answering the questions.
Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your work on this bill. I know it's been several years that this has been going on, and I appreciate that. This is an opt-in bill, so you can go, if the counties, if I understand correctly, can go from $0 to $1.50 now, or anywhere in between. It doesn't have to be $1, doesn't have to be $1.50. It can be 25 cents a square foot, up to $1.50, or $0 if that's what the counties want to do. Is that correct?
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of parts of this that's completely permissive, and the rate in which the county would decide to create the fee is one of those. If they wanted to put residential at $1.50 or $1.25, and they wanted to put commercial at 75 cents or 50 cents, then that's up to the local to be able to do that. Most of the things about this is totally up to the local. That's what's good about this bill. And there was a lot of people that put a lot of interest in this bill, and we tried to cover everyone. So that's the purpose of that.
Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your work on it, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Hicks, for all the hard work you've put into this bill. This just goes to show when you work hard at something, a lot of different parts can come together and be the best thing we can do for our state. So thank you very much.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's challenges with growth, and that's what this addresses. And I think as a state, we're going to have more challenges in the future that we will have to address if growth keeps going. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2426 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 67, 19 nays, 4 present, not voted.
House Bill 2426 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1607 by Chairman Howe, relative to transportation infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage, substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1594.
Chairman Howe moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1594. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howe.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage of Senate Bill 1594 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howe moves passage of Senate Bill 1594 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 is drawn.
Mr. Speaker, I move to roll this bill 5 spaces.
Without objection, roll 5 spaces. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1608 by Chairman Howe, relative to special license plates. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1593.
Chairman Howe moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1593. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1593 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howe moves passage of Senate Bill 1593 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the, oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as to the Senate amendment, Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you. Old customs die hard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the annual transportation omnibus bill for specially licensed plates. There are a total of 32 amendments brought by 32 members of this body, and I move passage.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1593, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Camper, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 1593, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2384 by Chairman Howell relative to transportation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2188.
Chairman Howell moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2188, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2188 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 2188 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up first amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number one. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number one.
Vice Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the years, there have been conflict and misunderstanding over liability insurance coverage for those companies who contract with the local LEAs to bus students to and from school. There have been cases following an accident where a bus contractor thought that they had liability insurance coverage through the LEA, and they did not. This bill seeks to clarify what additional insurance a independent bus contractor needs. There is an AG's opinion that says independent bus contractors cannot be covered under government tort liability. Therefore, this bill clarifies that an LEA, when entering into a transportation contract, will help the bus contractor make sure they have the proper liability insurance coverage in case of an accident. And the bill clarifies that LEAs cannot be the secondary insurance for the contractor. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2188, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
Senate Bill 2188, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 3001 by Chairman Kiesling relative to the charter of the town of Oneida. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2984.
Chairman Kiesling moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2984, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kiesling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2984 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kiesling moves passage of Senate Bill 2984 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call up the first amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number one, same as Senate Amendment number one.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number one, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further
Chairman
amendments.
Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was brought to us, members, by the city of Oneida. It's relative to a charter change upcoming that would require local approval on it. But with that, they reached out to MTAS for advice, and so this tweaks their dated charter right now, and this will help update it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll renew my motion.
Chairman Kiesling renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2984, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Powers aye, love aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2984 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2541 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh relative to energy infrastructure improvements. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2424.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2424. Probably second without objection. So order. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2424 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 2424 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment Number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this legislation would add another tool to the local government's use in land use planning. The new tool is a voluntary energy siting agreement. No municipality or county must use this tool. This bill would permit a local government to negotiate with an energy project developer. The terms and conditions of the agreement must be included in the duration of the agreement, the location of the land involved, a description and design of the project, and any other terms agreed to by local government and the developer. The terms and conditions of any agreement would have to be approved by the local governing body. Once approved, from the developer's perspective, the developer would have a vested right under Tennessee's existing vested property rights law enacted in 2014. With that, I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for the legislation. Just in conversations as you were coming up with this, what sorts of energy are being considered in these localities?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Mainly renewable energy and primarily solar.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you for that. Would this impact, say, the expansion potentially of any fossil gas plants or anything, to your understanding?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
No, it wouldn't.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And would this relate to any energy generation from animal or agricultural waste?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
No, it wouldn't.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you so much, Speaker Marsh.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2424 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 4 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2424 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2619 by Chairman Reagan relative to the Department of Correction. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2861.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2861, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2861 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 2861 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as it's before us, prohibits funding for inmate sex reassignment procedures by the Tennessee Department of Corrections. The Department of Corrections began funding or spending state funds on hormone therapy without prior specific legislative approval some time ago. This bill, therefore, does not affect any inmates that are already on that therapy. However, with this bill, neither future surgical nor hormone procedures will be publicly funded. Individuals in penitentiaries are there because of demonstrated poor decision-making in most cases. Therefore, publicly financing permanently life-altering and voluntary surgical or hormone procedures is not wise for our state. Tennessee has invested significant resources and energy in improving rehabilitation and reducing recidivism. It becomes more difficult, not easier, for inmates to restart a normal life after such. Fiscal responsibility with the public treasury is clear. It is not the taxpayer's responsibility to pay for voluntary inmate sex reassignment procedures. Furthermore, even after they're released, the question arises as to who pays for the continued hormone therapy, which is a requirement. Deference is owed to taxpayers with religious objections. Forcing taxpayers to pay for sex reassignment procedures against their sincerely held religious beliefs is immoral and constitutionally questionable at best. With that explanation, I stand ready for questions and renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, this did come through State Government Committee, and I was vehemently opposed to it then, still opposed to it now. I do think that this legislation flies in the face of our responsibility as a state to care for those who are in our care. And you mentioned that folks who are incarcerated are all there because of poor decision-making, and that is not 100% true. There are people in our own state who have been exonerated from crimes that they had been convicted on. And so you can't make those types of broad-based statements, even though that might be the attempt or the whole or the hope. This legislation does not care for people who within the state's care. And one of the challenges that I believe is in this legislation, and the reason that I was against it in State Government Committee, the reason I believe that you all should be against it, is by not providing, you mentioned sex reassignment surgery is one thing, but it's also hormonal therapy, that people are coming into our jails or being incarcerated who are currently having the health care. Are you saying that if they are coming in with this health care, they can now be denied it moving forward with the passage of this legislation?
Representative Reagan.
First off, let me correct you. I did not say all people in there. I said most. Secondly, if they're coming in with these conditions, someone else paid for it, so someone else can continue to pay for it, not the taxpayer. Additionally, we're talking about a very small scintilla, a tiny percentage of people that are affected, but it's a huge expense for our state and would continue after these people are released from confinement. Therefore, it is not wise for our Treasury to be supporting these. And with that, sir, I renew my motion.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you. How much is it costing the state each year?
Representative Reagan.
I don't have that figure, sir.
Representative Pearson.
So how do you know it's so significant?
Representative Reagan.
Because during my research, I did find that figure. I didn't bring it with me.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, this is a bad piece of legislation because not only is it in search of a problem, it is codifying harm to people who actually need rehabilitation and need care. This is discriminatory legislation, which I really do not think we should be sponsoring as state legislators. You don't, the representative, the sponsor said how significant a problem this is, and it shouldn't be burdening the taxpayer. And we don't know if even a single dollar has been spent related to this care. But if it is it not the responsibility of we elected officials, we who are responsible for the Department of Corrections, to ensure that the people who are in our care get the necessary medical treatment, get the necessary health care, get the necessary services that they need to be rehabilitated and citizens in our society? This legislation codifies second, third, and fourth class citizenship for people who are incarcerated. It is a mean bill. It is an evil bill. It is a harmful bill, and it is not something that we should be doing. We need to be, and we will see when the vote is taken, if we are better than this. But to the sponsor who brought this legislation, who used these words but did not have any data or statistics to support them, it shows that the intent of this isn't to fix some financial problem, isn't to protect Tennessee's dollars as was articulated. It is to move forward an anti-LGBTQ+, transphobic agenda. And that is harmful, that is disdainful, that is disgusting, and that is a pathetic waste of our time.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman asked for dollar figures, and I said I did not have them. I do, however, have the number of inmates who are currently being treated, and that's 89. That is not an insignificant number in terms of dollars. I renew my motion.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Speaker. Move previous question.
There's objection. We're on the board for previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 67, 25 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2861, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 2861, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 14. Item 14 by Chairman House, Senate Bill 1594, relative to transportation infrastructure.
Chairman Howell, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we roll this 3 more spaces.
Roll 3 more spaces without objection. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2859 by Chairman Reagan, relative to parks. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2827.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute form Senate Bill 2827, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2827 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 2827 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's similar to Senate Amendment 2.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill extends the limitation on duty of care under current law to owners of private parks who enter into a cooperative agreement with a public utility for the use of the public utility's land in conjunction with the owner's land. Under current law, these protections apply to many other situations where the owners of land specifically invites the public to enjoy the state's natural resources. Some examples are owner land leased to the state or any agency thereof, the owner of the land which is subject to conservation easements or public use is granted or acquired by the state or any other agency thereof. In order for this law to apply, the landowner must make the park available to the public for outdoor recreation purposes. Some examples would be outdoor recreation, including but not limited to fishing, wildlife viewing, swimming, boating, camping, picnicking, hiking, biking, trails, etc. This bill does not limit the liability for any conduct that constitutes gross negligence or willful and wanton misconduct. With that explanation, I stand ready to answer questions and renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2827, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays, 3 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2827, have received constitutional majority. Everybody declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2784 by Chairman Reagan, relative to higher education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2501.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2501, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2501 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 2501 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, we move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, this body passed the Tennessee Higher Education Freedom of Expression and Transparency Act. Among several requirements, this act created a pathway for higher education students and employees to file a report if they believe their right to higher education had been violated by the institution, and specifically related to divisive concepts. This was passed in 2022. The act also required institutions to investigate any report received and take appropriate steps to correct any violation. This bill simply strengthens the current law by requiring institutions to report the results of an investigation regarding an alleged violation to the comptroller within 10 days after the investigation is complete. It requires institutions to provide a status update every 30 days to the comptroller regarding ongoing investigations, and it requires institutions to appear before the Joint Government Operations Committee if the comptroller deems that the institution has failed to timely report such investigation or has failed to take corrective actions. This also requires the comptroller to report to the education committees if the comptroller receives more than 10 reports of separate violations of an institution in a single academic year. It clarifies that a student or employee is not required to file a report of an alleged violation before pursuing any legal remedy. With that explanation, I stand ready to answer questions and renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, I remember when this divisive concepts bill was discussed and talked about last year. I think it was my first day back here. And I have so many challenges with the definitions that are being used for what a divisive concept is. But for clarity and purposes here, the intent of your bill is that any public entity or institution would be liable to lawsuit, to challenge, and that the comptroller then needs to get a report about the divisive concepts or the individuals who are raising these objections in these institutions. To date, since we passed this legislation, do you know of a number? You had a number last time. Do you know of a number of cases that have come against our higher education institutions? I know so many professors and provosts are so worried about the chilling effect of terrible legislation like this. Do you know of how many cases have occurred thus far in the past 12 months?
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I perceive that there were multiple questions there. Could you break them apart for me and ask them one at a time?
Representative Pearson.
Sure. Thus far, do you know of any cases that have occurred at our higher education institutions related to the divisive concepts bill that was passed last year?
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this bill is establishing a reporting mechanism which does not exist currently, it's impossible to know without this reporting mechanism, sir. The idea behind this bill is to have that tracking, to make it available to us so that we can have a feel for exactly what you're asking. At this point in time, I can't answer that with official data.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you for that answer and understanding the reporting aspect of this and how that could be helpful in answering the question. I do understand that intention of the legislation here is the problem that I have. The definitions that we are using for what is a divisive concept can be easily misconstrued. Conversations that need to happen in higher education need to happen in this House related to race, related to power, related to the lies of meritocracy, the realities of white supremacy and how racism has impacted and influenced this country, this state, this institution are so important to be had, and legislation that further emboldens people to support this idea that these are divisive concepts or divisive concepts that we don't need to talk about is inherently harmful and divisive in and of itself. It ensures that we continue to perpetuate this world where there's some ahistorical existence that's going on, that we don't attach the realities. And I'll read it in here related to individual sex and individual's race, because we don't want to talk about and have those very meaningful conversations. An individual, according to the legislation that was passed, that we now be getting a report on, if they feel discomfort or if they feel guilt or if they feel anguish because of conversations related to race or class or gender, they would be able to pull a report against their professor or against a government public entity employee, all because they're feeling discomfort about real conversations that need to happen in our state, especially in higher education, where we are teaching and training individuals to be members of our society. And so because this law emboldens a law that I believe is inherently not just divisive, but is racist and in its intention, I can't support this legislation. And I think we need to revisit these definitions of what is a divisive concept, because even some things that you might subjectively view as divisive doesn't mean they are unnecessary. And there are some things that are necessary that are difficult for some people to engage in, talking about race, talking about sexual orientation, talking about class, talking about white privilege, talking about white supremacy. These things are not easy topics, but they are necessary topics for people to understand how we got to the place where we are, where we even now have legislators passing laws and rather supporting laws that further prevent us from having these very meaningful conversations in our higher education institutions. And so for these reasons, I cannot support this legislation. I see Representative Johnson wants to say something too, so I'll end my time there. But the reality is, Representative, this type of legislation and the idea that there are divisive concepts, there are things beyond what we need to talk about when it comes to race and class and gender are wrong and immoral. And so I ask all my colleagues to not support this law or bill. Thank you.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regrettably, my colleague does not understand that this is a reporting mechanism bill. All that which he was speaking against was contained in the bill that this body debated and passed previously. His objections were presumably voiced at that time, and this body chose to vote that into existence anyway. This bill simply allows us to track what's going on to see if in fact there is a significant sized problem or not. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you are correct in that the majority of this bad bill was passed last year. The core behind that was passed in the previous year. As you know, when we were in committee discussing this bill, one of our members, member of your party, basically not only impugned my career, my progression, but pretty much every successful African-American in existence by saying just an asinine statement, childish statement. But that's what this bill does. It allows these falsehoods, I can't put a word to it that will be proper for this esteemed chamber, to come out of people's mouths in closed rooms and in open rooms. This bill is harsh. Everyone on this floor, every weekend, we get hundreds of emails either for or against something that are robo emails. Your bill will allow 10 of those type of email complaints going to a university to trigger a comptroller report. Your bill does that. We know what these robo emails look like. They're going to get them. They're going to get them at Austin Peay. They're going to get them at Tennessee State. They're going to get them at UT Chattanooga. You know this. You know this for a fact because there's some zealots out there that want to use this to beat up on an already dead horse. You yourself said the last bill we did I did not vote for, but this body passed, did exactly what you wanted to do. Get rid of DEI on our college campuses. You look at org charts across this great state, it does not exist. When do you say success, plant your flag, and move on? That's what needs to happen. You've done what you needed to do. This bill creates a false reporting mechanism. Again, every member on this floor knows what's going to happen. University of Tennessee had a course that someone audited that started complaining and sending you all's text. Your 70-something-year-old Arizona person that was just auditing the course that entered the course to create drama. That's what you're going to have. Let's get back to the 3 R's. Let's just get back to that. Let's not get back to creating these systems. You're going to force our universities to spend good money fighting this. And it's going to be good money. It's going to take a lawyer's salary. It's going to take a statistician's salary to deal with this mess. They're going to have to travel here to report to you and your committee for nothing. If our universities are complying with the laws on the books, this does nothing. And all this would do would be a jobs creation program. That's all this bill does. This bill gives a number, 10. University gets 10 complaints, you got to report. They're going to get 10 complaints in the weekend. How many emails are we getting in the weekend? Triple that, quadruple that. That's what each university is going to get as a result of this bill passing. So again, I ask you to consider putting some, if you want to get a mechanism or a trigger, make it that, but don't make it to where complaints drive it. Send auditors out. We got a comptroller, send them out. Interview 5% of all faculty each year and ask them, or 5 staff members and ask them, is a university not complying with these rules? Do you feel that these things are not, these divisive concepts are being taught? Why not use that as opposed to creating this whole infrastructure that's going to give you false data? Thank you.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to correct my esteemed colleague there. This bill specifically in subparagraph B says an institution shall investigate. That's all it says. It doesn't say that it will accept a complaint without investigation. It also says the institution will report the results of the investigation. Complaints are not to be reported without an investigation. Concerning the jobs portion of this, I would direct my esteemed colleagues' attention to the fiscal note, which is not significant. Therefore, it's not going to cost these universities any more than they already are spending on these things. With that, sir, I renew my motion.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I'm one of the members in this body who works at a college university, teaches at a college university. Colleges and universities are supposed to be a place for the free exchange of ideas. It's supposed to be a place where we challenge our biases and preconceived notions. It's a place where we're supposed to challenge each other academically, where we have actual deliberation and don't shut down debate. That is what our institutions of higher education are about. And my fear about this bill when it comes to our public universities and colleges is that it's going to chill free speech. It's going to create an environment that is hostile for the free exchange of ideas and create this vigilante system where people who don't like a particular professor will just say, oh, you gave me a bad grade, I'm going to file a report against you. I mean, this is what this can lead to. And it is asinine because it's a solution in search of a problem. Many of my colleagues here, some of them went to higher education. And I think what the root of this bill is about is that people here are upset that the younger people are asking deeper questions than maybe your generation asked. They're scared that these young people have more comprehensive view of history and of the issues of systemic racism and systemic sexism and white supremacy. And people are upset that these young people are so brilliant and asking the right questions. And so what is the response of this body? Instead of commending these young people for doing what you have not done, but to say we're not going to allow these discussions in college and universities. And not only that, we're going to make it so that you can now be reported if you dare engage in academic thought. And I think we cannot separate this to the sponsor from a larger pattern that we're seeing in this body, where we continue. I serve on the committee, the Government Operations Committee, and it's being weaponized to punish anybody who does not feed into the dominant narrative. Any institution that talks about having an LGBTQ center on campus, you'll be brought before government operations. If you bring a Black commencement speaker, you'll be brought before government operations. I mean, this is a pattern that we're seeing. And I don't think that is the intention of that committee, to be a committee that is about retribution and repression and fascism. That's what this bill is about. And so I'm deeply troubled because, again, we did this at the lower level for elementary school students, banning diversity, banning talks about history, Black history in elementary schools. But let's be honest, we're talking about adults. These folks in college are adults. They can handle conversations about the history of slavery and the history of Jim Crow and the history of systemic racism. They can handle conversations about systems of sexism and homophobia and Christian nationalism. They can handle conversations. And it's on both sides, because what this bill is going to do is going to stifle free expression on both sides. And so to the sponsor, can you explain how you think this legislation fosters an environment of academic thought that is in line with the integrity of what we want in higher education, which is about the free exchange of ideas, which is about diverse perspectives, which is about challenging preconceived notions and biases? How does this idea feed into creating that environment? Because I'll end by saying this, is that I've looked some of y'all up and some of your Facebook. I've seen the sponsors' Facebook, and many of you went to segregated schools. You went to a divided America, and now you want to talk about that we cannot discuss divisive concepts when you grew up in a divided society. The sponsor grew up in North Carolina in a segregated school. And how do we teach that? How do we talk about that if we cannot talk about divisive concepts?
Representative, you have a question for him? I thought you had a question you were wanting him to answer. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, my question, it was not, I don't know why people are objecting. It's a statement of fact. How do we talk about a divided, segregated society that many members here grew up in if we're banning discussing these concepts? If we're saying we're going to ban, quote unquote, divisive concepts? I mean, it is not logical. And it is so shameful to these young people who I hope one day will replace all of this body. These young people who are willing to have these conversations, these young people who are going to colleges and who are engaging in higher thought and not falling into indoctrination that this body wants our schools to fall into. I'm so proud of these young people, and I hope that one day they replace each of these people who vote for this bill.
Representative Balcony would refrain from interrupting. That's the one warning. Representative Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my esteemed colleague, I will point out, sir, that you apparently have a problem with reading, because I did not go to a segregated school. Mr. Speaker.
Representative, hang on now, hang on. Representative Reagan, you are, I wouldn't be shouting out from over there. Representative Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. The member alleged that he read on my Facebook that I went to a segregated school, which is an absolute falsehood, both in high school and in college. As a matter of fact, members of my wedding party were of your race. They were my groomsmen. So I will point out to you, sir, that institution.
Question was asked. He brought it up to him. That's a fair point. Representative Reagan, you're recognized.
I would point out to this gentleman that his accusations are less than accurate. And furthermore, this bill is not about the divisive concepts. It's about the reporting and investigation mechanisms associated with it. Despite his intensive ruminations over that particular issue, that bill was passed. If he wishes to get that bill repealed, he can bring another one. This bill is about investigation and reporting. I would also remind the gentleman here who asserted that he was associated with higher education that I too have been adjunct faculty at 2 different universities, both graduate and undergraduate level. So I'm very familiar with it. And I invite you, sir, to revise your thought processes. I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. First thing I need to try to understand now is what's actually in the bill. Is it a reporting mechanism, or is there a new definition that's put into statute for one way or the other? What are we talking about now?
Representative Reagan.
Thank you for the question, sir. The bill as amended simply allows a student or employee of a public institution of higher education who believes there's been a violation of Title 49, Chapter 7, 1903, to report the alleged violation to the institution. The bill requires the institution to conduct an investigation in a timely manner and take the appropriate actions to correct any violation that is found to have occurred. If there's no violation occurred, obviously no actions are required. It also requires each of these institutions to report the results of the investigation to the Comptroller of the Treasury not later than 10 days after it's completed, or to provide status reports on a regular basis until it is completed. The Comptroller is also responsible for receiving reports and reporting to the Government Operations Committee if any institution has had more than 10 reports filed within a single academic year. It does not specify what the Government Operations Committee is to do other than to hear from the Comptroller about those particular allegations. Does that answer your question, sir?
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. Kind of hard to see around so picky, my friend. I had to step away from my desk. So what powers will the comptroller have in terms of administering, of making findings and then administering fines on the institutions? And I ask because it seems from what I've read that the comptroller has an opportunity to impact the budget, the budgeting process, which is reserved for our chamber and the chamber across the hall. So I'm concerned about that.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you may be misreading it, sir, because the Comptroller is charged with collecting data and not taking action. Their action is to report whether or not investigations are complete and correct. There's no fines that they can levy. And if they happen to have more than 10 at a time on one particular institution in a single academic year, they are to report that to the Government Operations Committee. So again, no fines.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, and that's good to hear. And the definition of divisive concept, is that addressed within this bill?
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the question directly, no, sir. It refers to Title 49, Chapter 7, Section 1903, where those concepts are defined from previous legislation.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Is there a process for the, excuse me, for the institution to challenge the findings of the comptroller?
Representative Reagan.
Again, the comptroller doesn't make findings. They're gathering data. The adequacy of an investigation, the comptroller would judge on the basis of the fact that the comptroller has an investigation section. So they're very astute and well educated on the adequacy of investigations. If the institution wishes to disagree with the comptroller, that's certainly something they can do between that institution and the comptroller. If, in fact, there is an inadequate investigation, then it would probably come to the attention of this body. But other than that, no, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
Okay, I still have some concerns, but thank you for engaging. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Hey, she has a parliamentary question. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was what are our procedures when a member's name is called? The House rules do not address what happens when a member is called by name. I can say that the Masons Manual says that members should not refer to each other by name, but by a title or district or some other way. But however, there has been a practice in this body that when a member's name is called, they could claim the floor to respond. Mr. Speaker, that once again, that's a practice, not the rule.
Very good. Representative Hardaway, you have 27 seconds. Are you done? Or you want to use the last 27? All right. Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 66, 22 nays.
Previous question prevailed. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2501, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 65, 23 nays.
Senate Bill 2501 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2373 by Chairman Terry, relative to public meetings. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2813.
Chairman Terry moves substitute form Senate Bill 2813, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2813 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage of Senate Bill 2813 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's substantially similar to Senate Amendment 1.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. Amendment one is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill seeks to do is to codify current practice and case law that a meeting between state legislators and local governing officials does not constitute a meeting under the Open Meetings Act, provided that the meeting is informational or it is to discuss state matters. I renew my motion.
Chairman Terry renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Sparks.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Terry for this piece of legislation.
our county delegation and our steering committee back home, Rutherford County Commission, we got a lot of needs. We need more discussion, and this right here is a good step in the right direction for helping us solve some problems. Thank you, Dr. Terry.
Chairman Terry.
Renew my motion. I'm good.
He passes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2813, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
Senate Bill 2813 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 14. Item 14, Senate Bill 1594, but Chairman Howe relative to transportation infrastructure.
Chairman Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this 1 week.
Without objection, roll to the next body, next available calendar. Oh, 1 week. Mr. Clerk.
Item 23, House Bill 2096, by Chairman Vaughn relative to voting equipment. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2587.
Chairman Vaughn moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2587, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 2587 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2587 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to bring the body today the Voting Machine Procurement Conflict Resolution Act. Currently, election commissions are authorized to select voting equipment, but they have to use the county's procurement rules, and the county is required to fund the equipment being purchased. This bill will allow the election commission at their discretion to choose whether or not to enter into the contract, lease, or option agreement for election equipment. And also when the equipment and destruction of old equipment is being completely paid for by federal or state grants. This bill will prevent a county commission from one party from holding an election commission of another party up when trying to provide equipment for free and fair elections. That's what this bill does. And I renew my motion, sir.
Chairman Vaughn renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I just had a question just for clarification. I think you maybe have already answered it in committee, but anyway, in section 1 of the amended bill, now it says that the local election commission shall select the machines to be used. Now, does that mean that the local election commission can force the county commission to purchase those machines? Or is it the purpose of your bill to allow the local election commission to purchase those machines if it has 100% of the funds through state and federal grants available?
Chairman Vaughn.
The latter, Representative.
Representative Thompson, sorry.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Thank you so much.
Chairman Vaughn.
I renew my motion, sir.
Very good. Representative Parkinson.
Pass.
All right. Representative Martin of Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
Previous question be called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2587, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Glenn, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
I see 6, 20 nay, 1 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2587 and received constitutional majority. Hereby declare passed without objection. Most consider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2010 by Chairman Vaughn relative to insurance. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2378.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2378. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 2378 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2378 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amended bill authorizes a comptroller study of insurance pools for workmen's compensation around the state so that local government and school boards can determine the best method, or we can come back and determine how many options we want to provide for these folks to be able to see what the marketplace looks like to provide insurance at hopefully the best rate available to them. And with that, sir, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2378, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 6 nays.
Senate Bill 2378, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1062 by Chairman Vaughn relative to financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1286.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1286. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 1286 on its third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 1286 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Bricken, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you today is the final portion of us sorting out the world of banks and credit unions and where there's been some conflict. Previously, we have considered legislation which prevents credit unions from purchasing state chartered banks. What this does, though, is this gives the credit unions the option to purchase assets from a bank, such as loan packages, so that they can have an opportunity to diversify their asset holdings to benefit their members. And this was compromise that we worked out between the Credit Union Association and the Tennessee Banking Association. So this was an example of legislation working the way it should. And I renew my motion, sir.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Just one question I have was why in the compromises that were made was it that the individuals that potentially were acquiring were not required to have membership? It says here without requiring membership of the borrower of the loan. So why is that a requirement in here?
Chairman Vaughn.
Much in the same vein as with Chair Lady Hazelwood's bill before, sometimes financial assets are purchased from one to the other, and yet the consumer that was not where his loan originated. So what we're not doing is we're not mandating that someone who originates a loan with a bank, it's purchased by a credit union. We're not saying that person this is the only relationship they have with that credit union are now forced to become a member of it. They can, it's an option, but they're not required to.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson got to the question that I wanted to make.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1286, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, no nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1286, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2925 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to government approval. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform with Senate Bill 2834.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2834, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2834 on its third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2834 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Bracken, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an effort that we've brought forward to bit by bit try to reduce regulatory inflation and the cost of housing in many markets. First off, this allows for a permissive, the first portion is a permissive for local governments, that if they want to enact a fire code exclusion that allows for 24 unit, up to 24 units and up to 6 floors, four units per floor product, they can adopt that as a local amendment to the fire code. We have discussed this with regards to this type of construction, this type of design allows for family-sized apartment units, and they're compatible in appearance with traditional architecture in neighborhoods. And this also many times reduces the travel time, even though it's down the stairs as opposed to down corridors. The second section of this bill contemplates that a sense of fairness and proportionality of public improvements that are required whenever a project is approved. It creates the opportunity, as opposed to when someone feels like they have been treated unfairly, they now go to the state utility board that we had created last year, as opposed to their first option being to Chancery Court. The other thing that it does is that it requires that if a jurisdiction is going to require excess capacity to be built into a system that serves a project for the future growth of adjacent properties, there must be a cost sharing component to that. Many jurisdictions already do this around the state. I know that most of the municipalities where I practice my craft have such a mechanism, but that's evidently not the way it is across the state. So this is a leveling of the playing field where proportionality of expenses can be assigned to the parties that actually benefit from them. And with that, sir, I'll answer any questions, but I do renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I think I like your bill. I was trying to get all that as you were talking. Are we kind of, I don't want to ask this, are we kind of easing the fire codes or turning some of the fire codes over to the local authorities more than just a permanent fire code that says this is what you do if you do this? Is that a fair question?
Chairman Vaughn.
What we're doing is we're providing another tool in their toolbox, Representative. This is something that, frankly, not all jurisdictions are concerned about with regards to, because I don't have a zone district in where I live inside our zoning ordinance that allows the density that this provides for. But primarily in urban municipalities and high growth metropolitan areas, this becomes an option because they do have large multifamily complexes. And this provides a way to build structures without having to, you basically have your travel distance up and down as opposed to down long corridors. I moved out of an apartment complex down the hill here because I'd come up the elevator and it took me a day and a half to get to my apartment. And so felt like it anyway, Representative. And so they have very long travel distances from elevators to down their halls. And so what this does is this contemplates another way to do it. And we believe that that'll allow for cheaper construction costs, but it is permissive. This is something that a local city can adopt, or they can choose to stay the way they are.
Representative Shaw.
Well, thank you for that, and I really appreciate that. and especially having an option there, because I think sometimes things have been a little strict in some areas. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Chairman Vaughn.
Nothing. Thank you, sir.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, in committee, when we talked about this bill, there was concern about the number of families on a floor and 6 stories high and only one stairwell for people to come down. And there was concern about what would happen in the case of a fire. If the fire happened to be in the stairwell, what options would people have? Can you talk to the concerns we have around should there be a fire and how people get out and escape from a potential fire in the case that they're on the 6th floor and they're trying to get down?
Chairman Vaughn.
Well, there are requirements within this act that with regards to penetrations in walls, ratings of walls, and these facilities typically are sprinklered. I can't imagine one not being sprinkled. But that would all be determined by the local jurisdiction if they want to adopt this or not. While we're putting this out there, if somebody wants to choose to do this, they can. If a city council or a board of mayor and aldermen want to choose this methodology to try to reduce costs in their area, they can adopt it. But if that's not for them, if they have concerns about it, then they don't have to adopt it.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, is there any provisions in the bill that deal with the number of size of the family units? Is it like a single, one or two, couple and a child, or if it's a family of 5 or 6, you have 6 people, 4, how many did you say? 6 units, 6 families on any one floor. Is there any restrictions around that or provisions around how many people could live on any single floor with this one stairwell?
Chairman Vaughn.
Well, there's 4 units, so the bill contemplates that there would be 4 families per floor. But these are single. While it's a multifamily structure, it's a single family unit, and so it depends on what it's designed for. If we have 4 bedrooms or if we have 3 bedrooms, it could vary in size. But what we have, you have to have in this 25 feet travel distance from the door of the unit to the stairwell. So that's pretty close.
Leader Camper.
So there is no limit in the size?
Chairman Vaughn.
No, ma'am.
Leader Camper.
In terms of the quantity of people?
Chairman Vaughn.
That's correct.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. You mentioned the permissiveness a couple of times where local governments would be able to opt into doing this. Can you say where that is? I'm looking through the legislation as I have it and the code that it opens up, but I'm not seeing where it's you can opt into this.
Chairman Vaughn.
Stand by. If you'd stand, give me a minute. Mr. Speaker?
Chairman Vaughn.
Yes, it's in section 1, paragraph B. A local government may adopt the exception set out in this subdivision A11 by resolution or ordinance, and the exception becomes operative on the date of the adoption of that resolution or ordinance.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor. No, I can find that. So I do appreciate that it is permissive. The only concern that I have is, has the fire marshal or other folks been involved in this legislation, and have you gotten a favorable response from them? Because you all know of these incidences where loved ones get lost in fires, and the idea that there'd be 4 units 6 feet high and there wouldn't be a lot of ways for people to get out is something concerning if we're prioritizing, people's ability to build these more high density complexes for profit, and we're in any way increasing the risk of the families and the children who would be in those homes. And so in crafting this legislation, that the fire marshal, the state folks give approval for this, or how were those conversations?
Chairman Vaughn.
Well, first off, let me say that you may consider this to be for more profit. I consider this to be less cost on those families who are moving in. So every coin has 2 sides to it. So that's the motivating factor behind this issue. Fire marshals have varying degrees. Typically, they want the safest, what they deem to be the safest issue they can get, safest situation. And so there is a little bit of different disagreement on that, but the difference in my mind is that the type construction that we're proposing requires there to be 25 feet of travel distance from the exit of an apartment to the stairwell. If the traditional construction design has 2 stairwells on the end cap, you can have travel distances of up to 250 feet. And so whether or not you're 5 stories up or whether you're 2 stories up in a fire, it seems like the fastest way to the exit and to leave the premises needs to be considered. And that is our argument with this. And again, then if a local jurisdiction's fire chief and fire marshal decides that they don't want to adopt this and they're convincing in their arguments, then they don't have to.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, one, thank you for answering the questions. Understand the intent. I think we're going to disagree a little bit here because I think just as the fire marshals want the safest standard, we do too and ought to. I like the idea that folks are close or proximate to the exits, but I want for us to legislate at sort of that highest level or standard. And I understand what you're saying, that it's going to lead to potential cost reductions. But if these are apartments, which you said aren't a lot in your neighborhoods, they are a lot in mine, making sure that the folks who are inside of them are getting sort of that highest level standard is really important. And so the fact there's some disagreement right now and it couldn't be come to before this legislation came before us, I don't think I'll be able to support this, but do appreciate you answering the questions. But I want us to prioritize to the nth degree possible the safety of constituents and kids who will be living in these units, as well as the benefits of being able to have more housing, because we know we have a housing crisis across our state. Thank you.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you for the dialogue back and forth on this, and those were great questions you provided. And I just want to say personally that I'm disappointed you're not going to be able to support this. I was looking for an all green board today, and it hurts, quite frankly, that I couldn't meet your expectations with this legislation. So next time I'm up here, I'll try to do better. Thank you.
Representative Mitchell. Oh, sorry, Representative Pearson. I thought your time was out. You got 30 seconds.
No, 37 seconds. I appreciate that. I think everyone should strive to get me to click green for them, like Representative Vaughn, because that means you're doing something right. But until then, keep working on it.
Representative Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, question on the bill.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? I see none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2834, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 76, 15 nays.
Senate Bill 2834 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 640 by Chairman Zachary relative to Uniform Commercial Code. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 479.
Chairman Zachary moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 479, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 479 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 479 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment 2.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My motion is to withdraw that amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to clear up a little bit of confusion, because many of you have asked me about House Bill 640. So House Bill 640 in its original form was an 80-page bill dealing with a uniform commercial code. That bill was stopped last year and has not moved forward. The bill that you have in front of you is an amended bill that takes the 80-page bill down to one sentence. And all we're doing in this bill, in Title 47, is amending the definition of deposit account to not include a United States central bank digital currency. Again, this has nothing to do with the UCC other than it's in the same title. But again, we have taken an 80-page bill and amended it down to one sentence. And then I've also been asked, how does this differ from Representative Burkhart's bill? His was the changing of the definition of money. This is the amendment of the definition of a deposit account. And I did work with the Tennessee bankers on this language. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 479, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, is any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 77, 6 nays, 5 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 479 now received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is taken. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2611 by Chairman Zachary, relative to criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1802.
Chairman Zachary moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1802, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 1802 in third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 1802 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment Number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this helps our state in better addressing the scourge of human trafficking due to the multi-jurisdictional issues related to human trafficking. This allows for if one DA chooses not to prosecute, law enforcement can take that evidence to an additional DA. This does uphold the integrity of Rule 18 in the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, and it makes clear in the bill that this does not in any way infect, impair, or limit the sole, exclusive, and absolute discretion of any district attorney general. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, when you cite those other sections, that's merely saying that if one of the other jurisdictions were part of the crime, that any of those jurisdictions could pick up the crime.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, question. Your Senate sponsor is Senator Taylor. Does this have anything to do with the district attorney in Shelby County?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't answer that question. Senator Taylor is not the one that brought this to me. Tennessee Faith and Freedom brought this to me. He's just the Senate sponsor, so Representative Miller, I have no idea.
Representative Miller.
So again, further explain exactly what one DA in a different district can do that a DA in a particular district can't do.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So human trafficking is typically multi-jurisdictional, meaning that Davidson, Knox, Shelby, you may have multiple districts that are involved in that particular crime during an investigation. So if one DA doesn't feel he has the evidence to prosecute in one district, this allows law enforcement to take that evidence to another. So we'll just take mine. So just say in Loudoun County, they look to prosecute a human trafficking case. The DA says, I don't think I have enough. They can then, the law enforcement can then take that evidence to Knox County, and Knox County says, we do have enough, so we can prosecute. There were just some questions related to Rule 18, which is related to the venue, and this particular piece of legislation is needed to provide clarity to that. So that way, again, if one DA chooses not to prosecute, then I can take that, law enforcement can take that evidence to another DA who may have a better opportunity to prosecute.
Representative Miller.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm trying to understand, if in fact one DA takes it from another DA, would the other DA go back and say, look, will you agree with me? I have enough evidence at this point.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Miller, that the bill doesn't speak to that. It simply says that if one DA chooses, it's a fairly short bill, if one DA chooses not to prosecute, then it allows law enforcement, state and local law enforcement, then to take that evidence to another district attorney who may have been involved in the crime, and then he can prosecute based on that, if he chooses to do so. But it also keeps again, this is important, it keeps the integrity of Rule 18, which governs the venue of where a case can be prosecuted, and then it also is in line with the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure. So all that stays in place. In this language, they worked with the DA's Association on this language for the bill.
Representative Miller.
Thank you. It somewhat gives the impression, it may be giving the wrong impression, that one DA may be so soft on crime, human trafficking, and any other criminal issues that the other DA says, okay, you're too soft on this issue, so I'm going to take it. And law enforcement has the ability to take it to another DA. Am I wrong with this interpretation?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you. Representative, I see what you're saying now. So the bill again is really clear. It said if one DA chooses not to prosecute, then law enforcement has the ability to take that to another. In terms of soft on anything, I don't know of any DA that's soft on human trafficking. And so that's not addressed in this bill. This simply says, again, to use my example, from in my area, if Loudoun County DA says I don't have enough, then he could take it to another district, which Knox County is in another district. He could take it to Knox County, and that DA may say, because of my urban area, I have enough, I'm going after him.
Representative Miller.
My last comments, meaning that one DA did not do enough investigation. Sounds as if that DA is somewhat incompetent. They didn't do a good job or doing an investigation, so we have to give it to another DA. That's what I'm getting out of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you. And just Representative Miller, again, I would point you to the language. It says if a DA declines to prosecute. So again, if he declines, begin for whatever reason, then this evidence can be taken to another DA.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor, and appreciate the previous questions. I think the challenge that I have here is if you go to section 1F, if the Attorney General and reporter initiates a criminal prosecution under this section, then the appropriate District Attorney General must fully cooperate with the Attorney General and reporter and participate in the prosecution to the extent requested or approved by the Attorney General and reporter. So if an individual district attorney declined to prosecute, saying they did not have the resources right now to prosecute this case, and trust me, human trafficking is a deeply important issue to me, to folks particularly whose ancestors were human trafficked in this country. That this is not to say this is not an important issue in our state. This is to say the forcing of resources from district attorneys that decline to prosecute now under this legislation, as I understand it, you can tell me if this has been amended out, they'd still be forced to help or support even if they don't have the resources.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, the language that you read was in the original bill. That's not in the amendment that rewrote the bill.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. And so if a district attorney does decline in their jurisdiction, are they obligated to use any of their resources for the prosecution that could be happening in a different place or in a different county?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill does not speak to that. Again, in the bill, it says verbatim, if a district attorney general declines prosecution, state and local law enforcement may then report and submit the evidence of the offense to another district attorney in another judicial district in which they have venue over the offense, according to Rule 18, Tennessee Criminal Laws of Procedure. That's it. That's what the bill says.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, gotcha. Understanding that some folks will be upset about how a district attorney's office is able to handle something, understanding that the resources are going to be limited in some places and we want for these to be prosecuted, and understanding the amendment that you have here, I still struggle with potentially having our district attorneys, which should be focusing obviously on human trafficking, but on a whole lot of other things, potentially having this leveraged against them, and also our law enforcement officers working in other jurisdictions in a way that could be stretching their resources as well without having the prosecutorial power of district attorneys, of the district attorneys in the areas that they represent. But I appreciate you answering the questions, and thank you, Speaker.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I just want to say thank you for bringing this bill. Anything that we can be doing to equip our state to combat the scourge of human trafficking, we should be doing it. This is a good bill. It's another arrow in the quiver, and I appreciate you bringing it. So look forward to voting for it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor, Senate Bill 1802, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 8 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1802, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 827 by Representative Sparks and others relative to beds.
Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move passage of House Bill 827 on third and final consideration.
Representative Sparks moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Health Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Sparks, you are recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this piece of legislation is desperately needed for our emergency departments. Mental health providers and families seek more efficient identify available psychiatric hospital beds across the state, a process that currently takes several days or longer as patients wait in emergency department bed for a bed, otherwise known as ED boarding. Emergency rooms are already overburdened and generally not equipped to manage people in mental health crises for extended periods of time. This piece of legislation, members, can help link patients directly to the specialized mental health care that they desperately need and avoid unnecessary trips to the emergency department. With that being said, I renew my motion.
Representative Sparks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 827 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member vote, as every member change vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
House Bill 827 has received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2572 by Representative Parkinson and others relative to sexual offenses. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2043.
Representative Parkinson moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2043 without objection. So ordered. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2043 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage of Senate Bill 2043 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Representative Parkinson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Parkinson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just puts the bill in the House form. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage. Move consideration.
Representative Parkinson, that's proper motion. Probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 1. All those in favor of considering amendment number 1, House Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Representative Hardaway, you wanting to vote? All right. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, no nays, 1 present, not
In
voting.
accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3, the motion to consider amendment number 1 prevails. We're on amendment number 1. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Representative Parkinson moves to adopt. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Hardaway.
Yes, Speaker, what does that amendment say? What does it do?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hardaway, what the amendment does, it puts the bill in the posture that the House voted on coming out of committee. When we started running this bill here on the floor, we substituted and conformed to the Senate version, but we wanted to keep the House version as it was voted on, coming out of criminal.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you, Speaker. And I'm assuming that the version that came out of the House is the version that we discussed in criminal that spoke to HIV as being the only STI that's mentioned in your bill.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this version is the version that came out of criminal committee that says if a person raped someone and they knew that they had HIV, that rape would then become aggravated rape.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. In that case, I'm going to oppose your amendment, as I stated in committee, that to single out HIV when we have all these other STIs, some of which are have no cure, but like HIV may be manageable, once again would place a stigma on HIV/AIDS. And that's something that we worked for decades to take off. Rape is an abhorrent crime. It should not occur. When it does, there should be severe penalties for it. Now I'll wait for the sponsor to. So if there's the possibility that you could amend your bill to include these other STIs or any STIs, then I think it would serve us well. But throwing that stigma back on HIV AIDS, I think is going to set us back, not just with that particular disease, but with others. We know that when you have the possibility of catching HPV, chlamydia, gonorrhea, and we now know there's a form of gonorrhea that's virtually resistant to any of the antibiotics. I can't go with that. So if you have a response that's short and succinct, I'd be interested in hearing it.
Representative Parkinson.
I don't have a response that's short or succinct. So I'll let you continue.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And I can understand that. I don't think there is a response that can counter what I've said. You've got HIV/AIDS that has had decades where we had the stigma, which forced a lot of folks to go underground, kept them from their family and friends, kept them from being able to seek the actual medical treatment because it was stigmatized. And I think this does that in a different way. Rape, again, is a terrible crime, and it should be prosecuted each and every time that it happens in the most with the most severe penalties possible. But to combine this by stigmatizing HIV/AIDS, I think is wrong. It's going to set us back years, and I just can't support it. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, question on the bill.
We're on the amendment. Question on the amendment's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting on adopting amendment number 1. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 74, 12 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Amendment number 1 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleagues, this bill, if an individual rapes someone, we're talking about a rapist. We're not talking about somebody that casually had sex with someone and did not know their status. We're talking about someone that forcibly raped someone. And not only did they rape an individual, not only did they forcibly rape an individual, but they knew before they raped that individual that they were HIV positive. And let's talk about victims. Let's talk about the woman, the child, the man that is the victim of this individual that forcibly had sex with them and knew that they had HIV. Now, whether or not that HIV was transmitted in that act or not, who still would want to be, number one, the victim of a rape, but number two, having to look over their shoulders every 6 months, being tested, having to wonder whether or not they are transmitting a rape, a status to their loved ones. What if the woman was married? How would that affect that woman's life? Not only just the trauma of the rape itself, but also the trauma of possibly being infected with HIV because this individual that raped her or him knew that he was or she was HIV positive before they did the heinous act of rape in itself. How do we justify that as a body? It's aggravated. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that all of my colleagues that we consider the victim and we pass this bill making rape when you knowingly know that you were HIV positive before you forcefully took an individual and had sex with them, aggravated rape. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Representative Harris, you are recognized on the bill.
A question on the bill.
Question's been called on the bill. Any objection? All right, that's 3 voices. Quiet, but 3 still, nevertheless. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 73, 13 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2043, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts a vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 8 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2043, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most for consider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2381 by Representative Parkinson relative to codes of conduct at schools. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2202.
Representative Parkinson moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2202 without objection. So ordered. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2202 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage of Senate Bill 2202 on third and final consideration. Second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill tells the LEAs to create an expected code of conduct for individuals that are visiting the campuses and to post that code of conduct, also to get it signed by their attorneys to be sure that the code of conduct is within the confines of the laws of Tennessee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call the question.
Question's been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2202, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 2202, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most for consider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1814 by Representative Thompson and others relative to landlord obligations.
Representative Thompson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1814 on third and final consideration.
Representative Thompson moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simply a small change to the Landlord and Tenant Act. Right now, then, the act requires in the the lease would a landlord or agent to furnish the contact name and address to the tenant in any rental agreement. This bill will change that slightly to require some maintenance contact information, whether it be an email address or a phone number or a portal system that's designed for landlord-tenant communication. The latter being predominant in larger apartment complexes. And the reason for this is to help to ensure that tenants have access to necessary contact information to request maintenance services, which is a requirement under another portion of the Landlord-Tenant Act. And this won't affect the majority of landlords, but it will, those absentee landlords or out-of-state landlords who have not furnished this information or have not arranged for maintenance services, those are who we're looking at. The bill is I've worked closely with the Tennessee Apartment Association and the Tennessee Realtors, and both of them are neutral on this bill. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Thompson renews his motion. Any discussion? I don't see anybody. I don't. Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thompson, is this your last bill?
Representative Thompson.
Pretty good chance, yeah.
Representative Miller.
I was sort of not paying attention to the actual bill, the language of it. Once you stop, that's when I began to read, but I know I'm on a time restriction. But I'm going to support this bill because I can't remember a time that you've ever walked to that well and introduced a bad piece of legislation. So I'm assuming this is some good legislation. I'm going to support it. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Thompson, this is your last bill, correct?
Representative Thompson.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah.
Representative Parkinson.
Representative Thompson, for the joy of this body, would you please read your bill to us?
I think there would be an objection. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for sparing us that pain. I truly appreciate it. Representative Thompson, thank you for bringing the legislation. Thank you for being here again. You make us proud. We truly appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just also too wanted to rise and say thank you for all you've done. Been a great representative and done a lot for the people of Memphis and the state of Tennessee. And congratulations on your last bill. Proud to know you and call you friend.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On yesterday, when they were reading your proclamation, I heard some information. So is it actually true that you do plan on being Dwayne "The Rock" Thompson in your next career after the state legislature?
Representative Thompson.
I definitely intend to remain that way, but The Rock is rolling back to Memphis.
Representative McKenzie.
No, again, just to echo everyone, this has been a sheer joy just to watch your deliberate approach to issues and being a sage voice in sometimes chaotic situations. So thank you.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. Does this bill, by chance, I knocked on doors for you during your first election. Does this have anything to do with some of the houses that we knocked on and we didn't know the names and the addresses?
Representative Thompson.
I renew my motion.
Representative Harris.
Yes, thank you so much to Representative Thompson for all the work that you've done. I will say you've made a huge impact on your area specifically, and the people that you've represented are going to remember that for many years to come. And thank you so much. I look forward to the work that you do after this.
Representative Towns.
Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? It is not. Representative, is this your first bill?
Representative Thompson.
You would think, yes.
Representative Towns.
No, we would not. You've done it like a champ, done like a pro with suaveness, intellect, and compassion for the members and looking out for your district all the time. As has already been stated, certainly you're going to be missed. We wish there was a clone that could replace you because we don't know what we're going to get. High kudos for you and your future. Thank you very much, sir.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say a shout out to my seatmate. I don't know what you did to make the speaker put you to sit next to me, Dwayne, but you've been a great seatmate, a calming force. Thanks for always sharing your tablet. Thanks for always sharing your notes. It's been a pleasure to sit next to you. And you are a quiet genius, just so organized over here. And thanks for always letting me see your cheat sheets about the bills that are coming up. So just it's been a pleasure to serve with you. And thank you also for lifting up the rising generation. You're one of the members here who has been encouraging to young members. And I really appreciate your presence here, Dwayne. And hope to visit you as you retire and travel this nation and enjoy some time away from this building. So thank you so much, Dwayne.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to buy my caucus some time for all the Shelby County delegation who wants to join him in the well. But while I do that, Representative Thompson, I just, on behalf of the entire Democratic caucus in the House, I do want to thank you for being a rock for our caucus, a rock for the people of Tennessee. And now you are going on to be a full-time rock for your family. I truly appreciate your service, your commitment to improving the quality of life of every Tennessee family, and all you've done for the working families of the state of Tennessee. You are to be commended for that. Your longtime service, not just in this body, but in other capacities in which you have served the people of Tennessee. I truly thank you and commend you on this piece of final legislation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, very good. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1814 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 83, 3 nays, 2 present, I voted.
House Bill 1814 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare pass without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2863 by Representative Towns and others relative to state symbols. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2864.
2026-48. Oh.
2648. I'm sorry, I got these specters on. 2648.
2648. Senate Bill 2648. All right, well, we'll just go ahead. Representative Towns moves substitute form of Senate Bill 2648, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on Senate Bill 2648, third and final consideration.
Representative Towns moves passage of Senate Bill 2648 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Chairman Vaughn. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment merely clarifies that the barbecue with which we were about to discuss is Memphis-style barbecue. Move to adopt.
All right. Chairman Vaughn moves passage of amendment number 1. That's properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 78, 7 nays, 2 present, on voting.
Amendment number 1 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would hope that the members wouldn't hate on Memphis barbecue. This is the explanation. Senator Cowell actually brought this to me some time ago. And we're doing this in her honors. Unfortunately, she cannot be here. She wanted to be here on the House side today as they pass this bill on the Senate side. And let me disclose up front that I, along with my dad and a couple others, have been in the barbecue business over the years. And you may know that Memphis has had a barbecue contest since 1978. It's a major contest on the river and the waters, and tens of thousands of people come, and there have been millions that have come since 1978. And that cuisine is considered as the Super Bowl of swines. The capital of barbecue is in Memphis, Tennessee. And it's generated hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars over the years. Just a tremendous amount of money. And you all know that we have a bird that is a state bird called the Minas polyglottis, which is the hummingbird. We have a tulip poplar, the state tree. We have we're not going to do it. We have state hot slaw. Settle down. We have state flower, the iris, and all of it goes better with state barbecue coming out of Memphis, Tennessee. And with that, I do renew my motion.
Representative Towns renews his motion. Any discussion? Leader Lamberth.
Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2648 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 2648 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar.
Call up first message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1695 by Representative Alexander relative to autopsies. Mr. Speaker, on April 9, 2024, the Senate returned House Bill 1695 to the House for further consideration.
Without Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our action in passing House Bill 1695.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Alexander.
I move to reconsider our action on House Bill 1695.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Alexander.
I move passage of House Bill 1695 on third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage of House Bill 1695. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the next amendment.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 7 by Representative Alexander. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does, House members, is that it just allows for in-person inspection of the autopsy, but no photographs, no photocopies, or no electronic images or taking of those reports of minors that we've talked about. This is the same bill that we have passed twice already on the House floor, and this is just an amendment to so that we don't go to conference with the Senate. I move to adopt.
Representative Alexander moves adoption of amendment number 7, probably seconded. Any discussion? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification purposes, is the inspection limited to anyone or any organization specifically by the amendment?
Representative Alexander.
Yes, it is.
Chairman Clemens.
To whom?
Representative Alexander.
I'm sorry. It is open to anyone.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor say vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 86, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Having received the constitutional majority, amendment number 7 is approved. Representative Alexander. Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Sorry, Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of House Bill 1695 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 1 nay.
House Bill 1695 and received constitutional majority. I declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2472 by Representative Raper relative to local education agencies. Mr. Speaker, on April 4, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 2472 for Senate Bill 2682, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 2472 as amended.
Representative Raper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that is about student assault on a school employee, and the Senate amended and attached this as defined in Tennessee Code 39-13-101, and I move to concur with the Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative Raper moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, this deals with suspension of a student who commits an assault against an employee. Can you explain specifically how the Senate amended this bill in contrast to the House amendment that had been adopted?
Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, all they did was codify where that came from in Tennessee Code annotated. So it's just adding definition to it.
Chairman Clemens.
Codifying and defining what?
Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's codifying the language as far as an assault is concerned, and it's defined before, but it's defined again now, and with Tennessee Code. So it's listed before, but now it's listed again.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Sponsor, I apologize. I just am not seeing the distinction between the definitions of the assault as outlined in this message calendar. If there is any other explanation that could be provided by anyone, that would be greatly appreciated, because I'm failing to see the distinction between the amendments. So I'm a little concerned about what exactly we're doing here and how we're changing the definition of assault for this purpose.
All right, Chairman Clemens. No. It is what it is. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it possible to roll this to the next available spot on the next available calendar so we get, or a message calendar, so we have the opportunity to figure this out and confer with legal?
That would be up to the sponsor, Representative Raper.
I would rather not. I'd rather go ahead and vote on it today.
Chairman Clemens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly don't intend, my goal here is not to defeat this legislation. I'm not sure what, I would ask the sponsor to reconsider his objection to rolling this because a few days won't matter, but because I think this is an issue that's important to everybody. I mean, we all obviously take assaults against employees of LEAs very seriously. So I just want to make sure we're not doing something outside of the intent of the legislation or otherwise changing the code with regard to assault in some way that may or may not achieve an objective that we're not intending here. So again, I'm not trying to kill the bill. I just honestly want to know the answer to that question. And I think several others do as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Raper.
I move that we roll it to the next available calendar, please.
Message calendar. Message calendar.
Message calendar.
Yeah, without objection, so ordered. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the message calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with the Minority Leader, I move that House Bill 3004 be heard in the Local Government Committee next week.
For the motion, any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bill 1960 be heard in the State Government Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bill 2317 and 2433 be heard in the Finance Subcommittee task or calendar next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bills 1187, 484, 43, 1843, 909, 886, 1103, 867, 914, 186, 849, 1245, 1248, 1184, 862, 708, and 2804 be heard in the Finance Subcommittee special calendar next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bills 2358, 2607, 1937, 869, 2787, 2328, 1623, 1723, 743, and HJR 859 be heard in the full Finance Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 28, 243, 375, 416, 521, 972, 1011, 1074, 1590, 1616, 1617, 1628, 1629, 1632, 1637, 1641, 1663, 1665, 1666, 1718, 1795, 1807, 1826, 1835, 1839, 1855, 1864, 1871, 1872, 1895, 1905, 1908, 1911, 1927, 1954, 1978, 1990, 1998, 1999, 2031, 2038, 2043, 2044, 2051, 2067, 2094, 2128, 2141, 2175, 2176, 2178, 2188, 2207, 2211, 2212, 2213, 2,321, 2,322, 2,323, 2,344, 2,445, 2,477, 2,490, 2,538, 2,586, 2,627, 2,677, 2,692, 2,696, 2,743, 2,767. 2,781, 2,808, 2,814, 2,921, 2,940, 393, 430, 1,614, 1,658, 1,727, 1,805, 1,812, 1,862, 1,863, 1,924, 1,928, 1,946, 2019, 2062, 2,109, 2,120, 2,145, 2,325, 2,365, 2,393, 2,405, 2,584, 2,732, 2,845, 2,930, 2,959, 381, 688, 785, 1,622, 1,659, 1,818, 1,827, 1,878. Some of these have got to be a repeat. 1,878, 1,912, 1,914, 2,028, 2,054, 2,173, 2,179, 2,180, 2,184, 2,297, 2,513, 2,545, 2,553, 2,559, 2,624, 2,678, 2,679, 2,797, 2,803, 2,820, 2,827, 2,828, 2,898, 2,301, and finally 2,922 be heard on the Finance Subcommittee behind the budget counter next week, as well as 1,908.
Leader, the streaming wasn't rolling. Can you do that again? I'm kidding. You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 2527 be heard in the Finance Subcommittee regular counter next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bill 902 and House Bill 2074 be heard in the Finance Ways and Means Subcommittee next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have several messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 2159, substitute for the Senate bill on same subject, amendment passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 1891, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amendment passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 1015, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amendment passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 2151, the Senate non-concurred House Amendment Number 1.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House House Bill 1016, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amendment passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 1945, the Senate non-concurred and House Amendment 1.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House House Bill 2312, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amendment passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House House Bill 2900, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amendment passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 2103, the Senate non-concurred and House Amendment Number 1.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk. Oh, hang on. Leader Lambert. Oh, yeah. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the time of year that you have all been waiting for. This is the announcement for the FLOMO. So the flow motion will be on the floor on Monday. If you would like to know, we are suspending rule number 17, 49, another part of 49, 50, 59, 67, 71, and 3 parts of rule 83.1. So it is I would say a slim down flow mo. It's not kind of a full flow motion where all of this will be suspended, but it is laying over and it will be available for its own dashboard as well. I like paper, but if you would like to go on dashboard, it is on there as well, and we'll be voting on it on Monday night. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
No, announcements.
I was just kidding. Announcements.
Announcements. He's ready to get out here. Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just spoke briefly a few minutes ago with Chairman Dale Carr. His granddaughter was having surgery today, and they got a little late start, so she's still in surgery at this time. But please keep her in your thoughts and prayers, and Dale and his family. And as soon as I get an update, I'll let everybody know. Thanks.
Chairman Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Criminal Justice Full will meet Tuesday at 2 p.m. in room 3. That's Tuesday, 2 p.m. room 3.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Joint Government Operations Committee will meet this Monday, April 15th at 10 a.m. in House Hearing Room 1 for our monthly rule review. And the House the House Government Operations Committee will meet at 12:30 in House Hearing Room 1. Let me say that again. Joint Government Operations Committee meets this Monday, April 15th at 10 a.m. House Hearing Room 1, and the House Government Operations Committee meets 12:30 House Hearing Room 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an important announcement, and it pertains to matters that we vote on in this House. The Wall Street Journal this morning reports a landmark study from United Kingdom National Health Service that shows the futility of gender-affirming care in adolescents. It's a very large and very meaningful study. It shows that gender-affirming hormonal therapy in adolescents did not improve the mental or the physical well-being of these adolescents. As a result, the National Health Service in the UK, as well as services in France, Sweden, and other European countries have stopped paying for that care. I think we are committed to ideology, but I think we should listen to the evidence also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we go through this weekend, let's keep our friend and colleague, Representative Hale, in our thoughts and prayers, and let's pray for his speedy recovery. He's having a hard time, and just keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm counting on some of that Kumar grace that we just witnessed. 2 things. One is that we need to try to keep Vincent Dixie in your prayers. He's coming along, but please keep him in your prayers for his full recovery. The other is on tomorrow, it will be 160 years since the Fort Pillow battle, where we had hundreds of Confederate soldiers and Union soldiers. About half of the Union soldiers were actually African Americans. And we'll commemorate that battle. We'll commemorate the lives lost. We'll memorialize those individuals, some of whom were massacred, including some women and children. And we'll do it in 2 places. One will be in Memphis at the Veterans Cemetery, and that will be tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The other will be a program, day-long program, actually at Fort Pillow. So I encourage everyone who can attend to do so. If you can attend, make a point to review the history of Fort Pillow and keep those individuals who have now been identified. We've got 109 graves in the Veterans Cemetery on Jackson Avenue in Memphis that have been identified after many years. Keep those families in your prayers, and let's teach ourselves what Tennessee history is all about. Thank you.
Chairman Keesley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the members of the State Gov Committee, listen up. We will reopen to meet briefly next Wednesday at 9 a.m. in House Hearing Room 3. House Hearing Room 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let the Democratic caucus know we are postponing our class picture due to the absence of a colleague. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to announce that the Biden administration is announcing a new rule change to close the gun show loophole, requiring background checks for those who buy firearms at gun shows or online. This is expanding the definition of licensed firearm dealer. So we just want to commend the Biden administration for taking action on common sense gun laws and closing that gun show loophole, and hope that it can inspire us to act in similar ways to protect kids and not guns. Thank you.
Chairman Hicks of Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, the Finance, Ways and Means Subcommittee will be meeting on Tuesday at 2 p.m. in House Hearing Room 1. Thank you.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Full Finance will meet immediately following. Finance Sub, again, we will be meeting in House Hearing Room 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you guys reenact the loudspeaker and let us know when these meetings are coming up so that everybody can get noticed? That would be helpful. Truly appreciate it.
It's on dashboard. It will go out, but we have the calendar, which you can get as well. On Monday, Government Op starts at 12:30. Floor session will be at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. on Monday. We will be on the floor every day next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Be prepared to be here Friday. We will be on the floor on Friday as well. So be prepared to stay over Thursday night. We do not anticipate finishing next week, but we do anticipate being here all week. Representative Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As co-chairs of the Taiwan Caucus, Representative Jernigan and I would like to invite the members to a reception co-hosted by District General Elliott Wayne. It will be Monday, April the 15th, 2 to 3:30 in the Legislative Lounge, and refreshments will be provided. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Well, roll call.
Roll call. Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 85 members present.
Next order, Ms. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 2 p.m. on Monday, April 15th, 2024.
Without objection, the House stands recessed till 2 p.m. on Monday, April 15th, 2024.